the Diia Thesis. AI, digital government, and the future of civic intelligence from Ukraine to the world. The author, MS Applied Data Science, the university, faculty advisors, March 2026. For the people of Ukraine who chose participation over submission, dignity over comfort, and the future over the past. Slava Ukraini, Heroyam Slava. Preface: a book that wrote itself. This book was not planned. It began as a research proposal, a project analyzing Ukraine's digital government data using multi-agent AI systems. A few thousand words, a budget, a timeline. That was all. But the more the research developed, the clearer it became that the story would not fit in a research proposal. The story had too many threads. The philosophical vision of a country that had chosen radical transparency as an act of democratic resistance. The technical architecture of AI systems designed to tell the truth rather than fabricate plausible answers. The market realities of a digital government revolution being adopted by nations representing more than half the world's population. And the lived reality of a city where air raid sirens punctuate the morning commute, and the government still manages to deliver passports through a chat interface. The project folder kept growing. What started as one application became 20 interconnected documents, research proposals, technical architectures, competitive analyses, contact lists, a philosophical manifesto about technology and human dignity. Research plans spanning 4 distinct projects across digital governance, behavioral economics, AI safety, and humanitarian demining. Each document contained a piece of the argument. None contained all of it. This book attempts to tell the complete story. It is not a textbook, though it contains technical material. It is not a business plan, though it describes markets and partnerships. It is not a philosophical treatise, though it engages seriously with questions about technology, alienation, surveillance, and the conditions under which governments serve rather than subjugate their citizens. It is, most honestly, the intellectual biography of a research program. The case that Ukraine's digital government represents the most important civic technology experiment in the world, that the tools of data science and multi-agent AI are the right instruments for studying it, and the honest reckoning with what might go wrong if this work succeeds for the wrong reasons. The Kyiv that emerges from this research is not the Kyiv of Western news coverage, a city of ruins and refugees, though it is also that. It is a city of extraordinary intellectual energy, of tech meetups held in basements during blackouts, of government officials who speak about open data with the fervor of revolutionaries, of translators and developers and civil servants who have decided, collectively and individually, that the way to fight an existential war is to build the most transparent, most accessible, most technologically ambitious government in the world. The argument at the heart of this book is that what Ukraine is building with its digital government matters not only for Ukraine, but for every nation that will face the question of whether technology serves citizens or surveils them. The research described in this book spans 4 distinct projects that together constitute a unified research program. The first analyzes digital governance adoption patterns across Ukraine's Diia ecosystem, using open government data to understand who uses the digital state and why. The second exploits a natural experiment in behavioral economics created by Ukraine's restructuring of its national cashback stimulus program. The third produces the first independent academic evaluation of Diia.ai, the world's only government AI agent that autonomously delivers services to citizens. The fourth builds spatial prioritization models for humanitarian demining across Ukraine's 156,000 square kilometers of contaminated territory. A cross-cutting fifth workstream develops Ukrainian natural language processing tools that enable all 4 projects. Together, they represent arguably the most comprehensive academic engagement with any national digital government ecosystem yet attempted. A note on scope. This book synthesizes ideas, strategies, market research, and technical approaches from every document in the project folder. It draws on deep research covering more than 60 global funding opportunities, digital government platforms in 30-plus countries, market projections across a dozen technology segments, and academic literature spanning e-government, natural language processing, humanitarian technology, and political philosophy. The market figures cited throughout are drawn from published research reports and are presented in good faith, with the caveat that market projections are inherently uncertain and should be treated as indicators of direction rather than precise predictions. A note on honesty. This book includes a chapter called An Honest Reckoning, which addresses the doubts, limitations, and potential failures of the proposed research. It exists because intellectual work that cannot articulate its own weaknesses is not trustworthy. The reader deserves to know not only what this program hopes to accomplish, but what could go wrong in the attempt. This work owes debts to many people. The architects of the multi-agent system, whose commercially validated architecture provides the technical foundation, demonstrated extraordinary generosity, building AI systems with the conviction that uncertainty honestly reported is worth more than confidence fabricated. The faculty who directed the graduate program provided the kind of institutional leadership every graduate student hopes for, opening doors, writing memoranda, and keeping ambitious research tethered to systems that actually work. Finally, a note on why this matters now. Ukraine is fighting for its survival. Every day that passes without systematic academic analysis of its digital government ecosystem is a day of lost insight for Ukraine, for the international community, and for every nation that will eventually face the same challenge of delivering government services to citizens through technology. The data exists. The tools exist. The question is whether anyone will do the work. The author. Kiev, March 2026. Table of Contents. Part 1. The Argument, Why Technology Must Serve Dignity. Chapter 1. The Thesis, The State in a Smartphone. Mikhailo Fedorov, Vice Prime Minister of Ukraine. This book makes a single testable claim that Ukraine has built the most important laboratory for civic artificial intelligence in the world, and that the research methodologies developed to study it will define how nations govern in the 21st century. This is not a metaphor. Ukraine's Diia platform serves 23 million users across more than 200 government services. Its open data portal publishes over 80,000 datasets. Its procurement system, ProZorro, contains more than 50 terabytes of transaction data in an internationally standardized format. Its government has deployed the world's first AI agent that does not merely answer questions, but autonomously delivers services to citizens. No other nation has assembled this combination of scale, openness, and technological ambition under conditions of existential duress. The scope of Ukraine's digital ecosystem extends well beyond a single application. The Diia platform encompasses digital identity for 23 million citizens, more than 200 government services including document issuance, business registration, and social benefit applications. The ProZorro open procurement system containing over 50 terabytes of transaction data. The National Cashback Economic Stimulus Program, engaging more than 7.5 million participants, veteran digital services for returning soldiers, and Diia Education, a civic literacy platform serving more than 2 million learners. In September 2025, Ukraine launched Diia.ai, the world's first government AI agent capable of autonomously delivering services through conversation, processing over 200,000 citizen interactions in its initial months. The platform maintained 97% uptime even under sustained Russian bombardment, a testament to the distributed architecture that keeps critical infrastructure operational under conditions that would have overwhelmed centralized systems. The Ministry of Digital Transformation publishes 80,000 datasets through data.gov.ua, maintains 42 open-source repositories on GitHub under the European Union public license, and has achieved a 97% score on the International Open Data Maturity Benchmark. Ukraine's ranking on the United Nations E-Government Development Index has risen from 102nd globally in 2020 to 5th in 2024. This trajectory, from the lower half of the global rankings to the top 5 in 4 years while under military assault, is unprecedented in the history of e-government development. The 11 Labs partnership aims to build the world's first agentic government with AI voice services. MAM-ILM, the first efficient multilingual model optimized for Ukrainian, achieved remarkable performance at 9 billion parameters. The National LLM Initiative, building on Google's Gemma 3, represents Ukraine's assertion of linguistic sovereignty in the AI domain. Meanwhile, the defense innovation ecosystem, including the Brave One cluster with $30 million in distributed grants and the €50 million Phoenix Tech Fund, integrates civilian digital transformation with military technological development in ways that have no international precedent. Yet no university has systematically studied this ecosystem using modern data science and artificial intelligence methods. The data sits largely unanalyzed because Ukrainian universities face wartime capacity constraints and lack computational infrastructure for large-scale analysis. Because international researchers confront language barriers with datasets documented primarily in Ukrainian, and because no institution has yet combined Ukrainian language expertise with production-grade AI analytics tools, the result is a paradox that defines the research gap. The world's most data-rich digital government is simultaneously one of the least studied. This book is the intellectual foundation for closing that gap. But the claim demands more than institutional description. To say that Ukraine has built something important is to say nothing unless one can articulate why it is important, for whom, and against what alternatives. That requires philosophy, not only data science. It requires asking what government is for, what technology does to the relationship between citizens and states, and under what conditions digital infrastructure serves human flourishing rather than human control. These are the questions that animate the rest of this book. The research program draws on a commercially proven multi-agent architecture developed by a financial AI firm whose 8-agent system processes 50 years of market data with graduated confidence scoring and transparency-first conflict resolution. It proposes to adapt these enterprise-tested patterns to the civic domain, applying them to Ukrainian government data in ways that are reproducible, auditable, and transferable to any nation pursuing digital transformation. The argument unfolds in 4 parts. Part 1 establishes the philosophical foundations. Why Marx's theory of alienation illuminates the problems of pre-digital bureaucracy, why Wojtyla's philosophy of participation provides normative criteria for evaluating digital government, how Ukraine's Cossack democratic traditions connect to its contemporary digital architecture, and what the global landscape of digital government reveals about the range of possible futures. Part 2 describes the 4 research projects in detail, showing how each addresses a specific analytical gap while contributing to a unified research architecture grounded in the anti-hallucination principles of honest AI. Part 3 examines the strategic landscape of markets, partnerships, and institutional support. Part 4 articulates the philosophical vision, engages the strongest counterarguments, presents a chapter of honest reckoning about the project's limitations, and describes where this work leads. A note on method. This book is not a standard academic thesis, though it will serve as the intellectual foundation for one. It is written in the first person, because I believe that intellectual honesty requires the researcher to be visible in the research, to own the judgments, the interpretations, and the limitations, rather than hiding behind the passive voice of academic convention. When I say that Ukraine's digital government is important, I am making a judgment that reflects my experience, my values, and my intellectual formation. The reader deserves to know who is making this judgment and on what basis. Chapter 2. The worker, the citizen, and the screen. The worker becomes poorer the more wealth he produces, the more his production increases in power and extent. The worker becomes an ever cheaper commodity the more commodities he produces. Karl Marx, Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts, 1844. In 1844, a 26-year-old philosopher in Paris wrote the most devastating critique of industrial capitalism that the world had yet seen. Karl Marx's Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts described 4 forms of alienation that factory labor imposed on workers: alienation from the product of their labor, from the act of production itself, from their species being or essential humanity, and from other human beings. The manuscripts were not published in Marx's lifetime. They would not appear in print until 1932. But the framework they established has proven so durable that it illuminates conditions Marx himself could never have imagined, including the condition of a 21st century citizen standing in a government office, holding a number, waiting for a bureaucrat to stamp a form. Marx's first form of alienation, alienation from the product, occurs when the worker produces something that belongs to someone else. The worker's labor creates wealth, but the wealth accrues to the factory owner. Applied to bureaucracy, the citizen's effort in filling forms, gathering documents, traveling to offices, and waiting in queues produces a government service, a registered birth, a licensed business, a processed pension payment. But the process by which that service is produced belongs entirely to the institution. The citizen has no ownership of the process, no visibility into its workings, and no ability to modify it. She is, in Marx's terms, a producer who does not own what she produces. The second form, alienation from the act of production, occurs when work itself becomes a source of suffering rather than fulfillment. The factory worker does not experience labor as an expression of human creativity, but as an imposed necessity, a means to the end of survival. The bureaucratic equivalent is the experience of navigating institutional processes that are designed for institutional convenience rather than human agency. The forms are designed for the filing system, not for the citizen. The queue exists because the institution allocates resources for its own operational rhythm, not for the citizen's time. The rules are explained in institutional language that serves legal precision rather than human comprehension. The citizen does not experience the interaction as participation in civic life, but as submission to institutional power. The third form, alienation from species being, is the most abstract and the most profound. Marx argued that what distinguishes humans from animals is the capacity for conscious, creative, self-directed activity. When labor is reduced to a mechanical, repetitive, externally directed process, the worker is alienated from the very quality that makes her human. In the bureaucratic context, the citizen is reduced from a person with a history, a family, a community, a set of needs and aspirations, to a case number, a form to be processed, a position in a queue. The institution does not see her as a person. It sees her as an input to be processed into an output. The fourth form, alienation from other human beings, manifests in bureaucracy as the transformation of human relationships into institutional ones. The citizen and the bureaucrat face each other not as fellow members of a community, but as occupants of institutional roles, applicant and gatekeeper, supplicant and authority. The other citizens in the queue are not companions in a shared civic experience, but competitors for a scarce resource, the attention and goodwill of the official behind the counter. The institutional structure of bureaucracy atomizes citizens, isolating each in her individual case while preventing the formation of solidarity or collective agency. Consider the experience of obtaining a birth certificate in a pre-digital government. The citizen travels to a registry office, waits in a queue that may last hours, presents identification to a clerk who enters information into a system the citizen cannot see, receives a form whose processing timeline is opaque, and eventually collects a physical document whose issuance depends entirely on the discretion and competence of officials the citizen did not choose and cannot evaluate. At every step, the citizen is alienated in precisely the Marxian sense. She is separated from the product of her interaction. The document is produced by a system she does not control. She is alienated from the process. Her waiting, her form filling, her deference to bureaucratic authority are not expressions of her agency, but submissions to institutional power. She is alienated from her species being. The encounter reduces her from a person with a story, a family, a reason for needing this document, to a case number in a queue. And she is alienated from other human beings. The bureaucrat behind the counter is not a fellow citizen, but a gatekeeper. And the other people in the queue are not companions, but competitors for a scarce resource called attention. Now, consider the same transaction through Diia. The citizen opens an application on her phone. She authenticates with a digital identity she controls. She requests the document through an interface that shows her the status at every stage. The document is delivered to her digital wallet. The entire interaction takes minutes, not hours, and it happens on her terms, in her space, at her time. The question is whether this represents liberation from alienation or merely a more efficient form of it. This is not a rhetorical question. It is the central philosophical problem of digital government, and it is the problem this thesis ultimately addresses. The optimistic reading, the one that Ukraine's Ministry of Digital Transformation promotes and that this book largely endorses, is that Diia represents what Marx might have called the restoration of species being through technology. The citizen regains control over her interaction with the state, sees the process rather than being subjected to it, and relates to government as a service provider rather than an authority. The pessimistic reading, which this book takes seriously in Part 4 and in the chapter on honest reckoning, is that digital government simply replaces the bureaucrat's stamp with an algorithm's decision, rendering alienation invisible precisely by making it frictionless. The distinction between these readings is not merely academic. It determines whether digital government represents a genuine advance in the relationship between citizens and states, or merely a technological renovation of existing power structures. If Diia truly restores agency, then it represents a model that every nation should study and potentially adopt. If it merely streamlines submission, then its impressive adoption statistics measure the efficiency of control rather than the expansion of freedom. The research program described in this book is designed to produce evidence that distinguishes between these possibilities, not through philosophical argument alone, but through quantitative analysis of who uses the platform, how they use it, what choices it actually offers, and whether the outcomes it produces serve the populations it claims to benefit. Marx himself never imagined digital technology, but his framework for analyzing the relationship between workers and the institutions that govern their labor applies with startling precision to the relationship between citizens and the institutions that govern their civic lives. The factory owner who controlled the means of production controlled the worker's economic destiny. The bureaucrat who controls the means of documentation controls the citizen's civic destiny. A birth certificate, a business license, a pension payment, a property title, these are not mere documents. They are the instruments through which the state recognizes, validates, and ultimately controls the citizen's participation in civic life. The question of who controls these instruments and whether the citizen has meaningful agency in the process of obtaining them is the question Marx would ask if he were writing about government rather than factories. 2.1. The digital transaction and its ambiguities. The Diia transaction deserves closer examination because its apparent simplicity conceals philosophical complexity. When the citizen authenticates with her digital identity, she uses a system that she did not design, whose security architecture she cannot evaluate, and whose data handling practices she must accept on trust. The authentication is not an act of agency, but an act of faith. Faith that the system correctly identifies her, that her data is secure, that the identity she presents digitally corresponds to the identity the state recognizes legally. When she requests a document, she follows a workflow designed by engineers she has never met, optimized for metrics she was never consulted about, and tested against use cases that may or may not include her circumstances. The interface shows her the status at every stage, which the ministry describes as transparency. But what does this transparency actually reveal? It reveals the system's internal state. Your request has been received, your request is being processed, your document is ready. It does not reveal the criteria by which the system evaluates her request, the data sources it consults, the algorithms it applies, or the reasons it might deny service. The transparency is procedural, not substantive. It tells the citizen where she is in the process without telling her why the process works as it does. This is a genuine improvement over paper bureaucracy's opacity, but it is not the radical transparency that the philosophical framework demands. The speed of the digital transaction introduces its own complications. When a government service that previously took hours or days is delivered in minutes, the citizen loses something along with the waiting, the time to reflect, to consider whether she actually needs this service, to evaluate the terms under which it is provided. Speed is not inherently good. It can be a tool of manipulation as effectively as a tool of liberation. Digital interfaces exploit speed to secure consent before citizens evaluate terms. The frictionless experience that digital government advocates celebrate may be precisely the quality that makes digital conformism so effective. When compliance is easy, resistance requires more effort than acquiescence, and the path of least resistance becomes the path of least agency. 2.2. The Soviet Fifth Alienation. Ukraine's relationship to bureaucratic alienation is not abstract. For 70 years, Soviet governance imposed what we might call a fifth form of alienation beyond Marx's original four: alienation from truth itself. The Soviet bureaucracy did not merely separate citizens from the products and processes of governance. It required citizens to actively participate in falsehood, to sign documents they knew were fabricated, to report statistics they knew were invented, to praise outcomes they knew were catastrophic. The Ukrainian word for this experience, brachnia, carries connotations that the English word lies does not capture. It implies a systemic, institutional, performative falsehood in which everyone participates and no one believes. When Ukraine declared independence in 1991, it inherited not only Soviet infrastructure, but Soviet habits of institutional distrust. Citizens expected government to be opaque, arbitrary, and dishonest. Officials expected citizens to navigate the system through informal payments and personal connections. The corruption that followed independence was not a deviation from the Soviet system, but its continuation by other means. The Orange Revolution of 2004 and the Revolution of Dignity in 2013 to 2014 were both, at their deepest level, revolts against this inheritance, demands that government tell the truth, that institutions serve citizens rather than extract from them, that the relationship between state and people be rebuilt on foundations of transparency and accountability. What makes Ukraine's digital transformation philosophically significant is that it represents a deliberate, systematic attempt to reverse the Soviet inheritance at the architectural level. It is not enough to pass laws requiring transparency, because laws can be ignored, circumvented, or repealed. It is not enough to appoint honest officials, because officials leave and systems remain. What Diia represents is an attempt to embed transparency in the infrastructure itself. The code is open source, the data is published, the algorithms are auditable, and the procurement system publishes every transaction in a standardized format. This is not merely a technical choice. It is a philosophical statement about the kind of government Ukraine intends to be, expressed not in rhetoric, but in architecture. This is why Diia matters beyond its technical achievements. Prozoro does not merely save money through competitive bidding, though the estimated $6 billion in savings between 2017 and 2021 is significant. It makes corruption structurally more difficult by publishing every procurement transaction in the Open Contracting Data Standard, a format that journalists, civil society organizations, and ordinary citizens can analyze independently. The Open Data Portal does not merely satisfy international transparency benchmarks, though Ukraine's 97% open data maturity score is among the highest in the world. It inverts the Soviet relationship between state and citizen. Instead of the state knowing everything about citizens while citizens know nothing about the state, the data flows in both directions. Whether this inversion is genuine or performative, whether the published data is complete and accurate, whether citizens actually use the transparency tools available to them, these are empirical questions, and they are precisely the questions this research program proposes to answer. The stakes extend beyond Ukraine. Every nation that has experienced authoritarian governance, and that includes most of the world's population, carries some version of the institutional distrust that Ukraine inherited from the Soviet Union. Brazil's experience with military dictatorship, Rwanda's history of genocide, India's colonial legacy, China's ongoing authoritarianism, each has produced populations that relate to government with varying degrees of suspicion, resignation, and learned helplessness. If Ukraine's digital transformation can genuinely reverse the habits of institutional distrust, if transparency architecturally embedded can rebuild the relationship between citizens and states, then the model has implications far beyond Eastern Europe. It offers a template for any nation seeking to rebuild public trust through technology rather than through rhetoric alone. Chapter 3: Participation and Personalism. The human person can fully discover his true self only in a sincere giving of himself. Karol Wojtyla, Gaudium et Spes, 1965. If Marx provides the diagnostic framework for understanding what is wrong with bureaucratic governance, the Polish philosopher Karol Wojtyla, later Pope John Paul II, provides the normative framework for what digital governance should aspire to be. Wojtyla's philosophy of participation, developed in his 1969 work, The Acting Person, and refined through decades of engagement with phenomenology, existentialism, and Catholic social teaching, offers something that Marx's critique alone cannot: a positive account of what it means for persons to relate to institutions in ways that enhance rather than diminish their humanity. Wojtyla distinguished between authentic participation and two forms of false participation. Authentic participation occurs when a person acts within a community in ways that both serve the common good and express the person's own agency, creativity, and moral judgment. Conformism, the first form of false participation, occurs when a person surrenders individual judgment to the group, acting as the community dictates without exercising personal responsibility. Non-participation, the second form, occurs when a person withdraws entirely, neither contributing to nor benefiting from communal life. Both are failures of the human person to realize what Wojtyla called the personalistic norm, the principle that persons must always be treated as ends in themselves, never merely as means. Applied to digital government, Wojtyla's framework generates specific testable criteria. A digital government platform achieves authentic participation when it enables citizens to act on their own behalf with full information, to exercise genuine choice rather than mere compliance, and to contribute to collective governance rather than merely consume services. It falls into conformism when it reduces citizenship to clicking accept on terms no one reads, when it channels behavior through interfaces designed for institutional convenience rather than human agency, or when it creates the appearance of choice while constraining the options to those the system has predetermined. It produces non-participation when it excludes citizens who lack digital literacy, internet access, or the specific devices the platform requires. The conformism criterion is particularly important for evaluating digital government platforms because digital interfaces are exceptionally effective at producing the appearance of choice without its substance. A platform that offers citizens 20 different services but presents them through a single predetermined workflow that requires acceptance of terms and conditions that no reasonable person reads, that uses dark patterns to channel behavior toward institutionally preferred outcomes, produces conformism on a scale that paper bureaucracy never could. The citizen clicks agree, not because she has evaluated the terms, but because the interface makes agreeing the path of least resistance. She follows the workflow not because she has chosen it, but because the interface does not present alternatives. She rates the service positively, not because she is satisfied, but because the satisfaction survey appears before the service is fully delivered, and she fears that a negative rating might affect future interactions. The non-participation criterion connects directly to the digital divide literature. More than 8 million Ukrainian refugees need workforce integration in host countries across Europe. Within Ukraine, internally displaced persons may lack devices or connectivity. Elderly citizens in rural areas face digital literacy barriers. Residents of occupied territories are entirely cut off from Ukrainian services. The aggregate adoption statistics that Ukraine presents to international audiences, 23 million users, 200 services, 97% open data maturity score, may mask exclusion patterns that disproportionately affect the most vulnerable. A digital government that serves only those who are already best served by the analog system has not achieved transformation. It has merely modernized privilege. The research must examine non-participation as carefully as it examines participation, because the excluded reveal more about the system's true character than the included. This framework is not merely theoretical. It generates research questions that data science can answer. What percentage of Diia users actively choose among service options versus following a single predetermined pathway? How does the platform's interface design affect the distribution of choices citizens make? do digitally excluded populations, the elderly, the rural, the displaced, experience non-participation that the platform's aggregate adoption statistics obscure? These are empirical questions with philosophical stakes, and they are central to the research program this book describes. The synthesis of Marx and Wojtyla may seem unlikely, given that Marx was an atheist materialist and Wojtyla a Catholic philosopher who became pope. But the synthesis is less forced than it appears. Both thinkers were concerned with the conditions under which human persons realize their full potential. Both identified institutions that systematically prevent this realization. Both insisted that the solution must be structural, not merely individual. It is not enough for individual citizens to be virtuous if the institutions they inhabit are structured to produce alienation or conformism. What Marx called the abolition of alienation, and what Wojtyla called authentic participation, describe, from different philosophical starting points, the same aspiration: a world in which persons relate to institutions as agents rather than subjects, as participants rather than recipients, as contributors to the common good rather than consumers of institutional outputs. Digital government, properly designed, has the potential to realize this aspiration more fully than any previous institutional form, a platform that gives citizens real-time visibility into government processes, that publishes the data underlying policy decisions, that offers genuine choices rather than predetermined pathways, and that is accountable to the people it serves through open code and auditable algorithms, comes closer to the Wojtylian ideal of authentic participation than any paper-based bureaucracy could. But the same platform, badly designed, can produce conformism on a scale that no pre-digital institution could achieve. Millions of citizens clicking the same buttons, following the same pathways, accepting the same terms, in an interaction that looks like choice but functions as compliance. The difference between these outcomes is not a matter of technology. It is a matter of design philosophy, institutional governance, and political commitment. It is, in other words, a matter of values, and values are precisely what this research program proposes to investigate. 3.1. The Cossack Genealogy of Digital Democracy. Wojtyla was Polish, but his philosophy of participation has a distinctly Ukrainian resonance, one that connects to traditions far older than either modern philosophy or digital technology. The Zaporozhian Sich, the Cossack military and political community that flourished from the 16th through the 18th centuries, practiced a form of direct democracy that prefigured many of the principles now embedded in Ukraine's digital governance architecture. The Sich's General Council, or Rada, made decisions through open deliberation in which every registered Cossack had voice and vote. Leadership was elected and could be recalled. Accounts were public. The community's relationship to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and later the Russian Empire, was defined by negotiated autonomy rather than submission. Mikhailo Hrushevsky, the historian and statesman who served as the first head of the Ukrainian People's Republic in 1918, traced a direct line from Cossack democratic traditions to modern Ukrainian political identity. The Shevchenko Scientific Society, or NTSHA, founded in 1873, the oldest Ukrainian academic institution, embodied this tradition in the scholarly domain, publishing research in Ukrainian at a time when both the Russian and Austro-Hungarian empires sought to suppress the language. When Ukraine's Ministry of Digital Transformation publishes its source code under open licenses and its data through standardized APIs, it is making, perhaps unconsciously, a Cossack argument that the commons belongs to those who participate in it, that transparency is the precondition of legitimate authority, and that the relationship between governed and governor must be legible to both parties. This genealogy matters for the research program because it provides historical depth to what might otherwise appear as a purely technical story. Ukraine's digital transformation is not merely an efficient modernization of the government services. It is the latest expression of a centuries-old political tradition that values participation, transparency, and collective self-governance. The Sich's Rada, Hrushevsky's Republic, Shevchenko's literary assertion of Ukrainian nationhood, the NTSHA's scholarly independence, the Orange Revolution's demand for honest elections, The Revolution of Dignity's insistence on European integration and democratic governance, Diia's transparent digital architecture. These are chapters in a single story about a people who have repeatedly chosen openness, accountability, and self-governance when given the opportunity, and who have paid extraordinary costs to create those opportunities. The research methodology must be adequate to this depth, which means combining quantitative data analysis with qualitative understanding of the political and cultural context that gives the data meaning. A purely quantitative analysis that measures adoption rates without understanding the historical significance of transparent governance in Ukraine's political culture would be technically competent but intellectually shallow. Conversely, a purely qualitative analysis that narrates the cultural significance without measuring actual outcomes would be intellectually rich but empirically ungrounded. The research program integrates both approaches using the philosophical framework developed in this chapter to generate research questions that quantitative methods can address, and using quantitative findings to test whether the philosophical claims about Diia's democratic significance hold up under empirical scrutiny. 3.2. The Personalistic Norm and Digital Design. Wojtyła's personalistic norm constitutes perhaps the most rigorous philosophical articulation of a principle that contemporary UX ethics researchers are only beginning to formalize. The norm states, with deceptive simplicity, that the person must never be treated merely as a means to an end, that the human dignity inherent in personhood demands a categorical imperative of respect. Yet, when we examine digital government platforms through this lens, we discover pervasive violations occurring not through malice, but through institutional inattention. Consider the mechanics of data collection as practiced by most government digital services. A citizen logs into a portal to apply for a pension or update residency information. The interaction is mediated by a platform that collects telemetry, time on page, scroll depth, field abandonment patterns. This data is aggregated and fed into dashboards that measure the platform's success metrics. When data about the citizen is collected, primarily to improve the platform's own performance metrics, rather than to serve that specific citizen's needs, the person has been instrumentalized. The citizen's behavior becomes raw material for institutional optimization. The violation becomes more acute when we examine deliberate architectural choices embedded in user interfaces. The persuasive design literature, from behavioral models to engagement frameworks, has developed sophisticated techniques for channeling user behavior toward predetermined outcomes. Within government services, these techniques manifest as defaulting citizens toward digital-only pathways when paper alternatives exist, designing form interfaces that create cognitive load for certain choice options while minimizing friction for others, and constructing information architecture that surfaces government priorities rather than citizen queries. When a government designer uses dark patterns, pre-checked consent boxes, buried opt-out mechanisms, confusing language designed to channel behavior, they are treating the citizen explicitly as a means to the state's ends, precisely what Wojtyła's norm forbids. The violation extends beyond individual interactions to the aggregate level of institutional transparency. Governments publish performance metrics. 95% of applications processed within 5 days. Service availability at 99.7% uptime without disaggregating by vulnerable populations. These aggregates conceal violations of the personalistic norm at scale. Perhaps elderly citizens in rural oblasts experience 60% higher abandonment rates. Perhaps persons with disabilities encounter accessibility barriers that render the published metrics meaningless for them. When a government conceals group-level disparities within aggregate success metrics, it treats those marginalized persons as non-constituents, their dignity rendered statistically invisible. Wojtyła's norm demands disaggregation, transparency, and refusal to hide differential treatment behind average numbers. What philosophical rigor does Wojtyła add to this discourse that remains absent from most UX ethics literature? The dominant frameworks in digital design tend toward consequentialist or utilitarian reasoning. Does this maximize user satisfaction? Does this reduce harm? Wojtyła's personalism operates at a different level. It establishes an inviolable categorical boundary around human dignity that cannot be negotiated downward by efficiency gains or aggregate utility calculations. A digital system that treats 5% of citizens as means rather than ends remains fundamentally unjust, regardless of its aggregate user satisfaction scores. This deontological grounding provides the philosophical rigor necessary to resist institutional pressures toward optimization at the expense of marginalized citizens. A government committed to the personalistic norm must sometimes accept the financial and operational inefficiency that comes with genuine respect for personhood. Modern government administration is predicated on the assumption that efficiency and dignity are aligned. Wojtyla's norm suggests they sometimes conflict irreconcilably, and that in such conflicts, dignity must prevail. Chapter 4: The Global Context, Surveillance, Liberation, and the Digital State. Surveillance capitalism unilaterally claims human experience as free raw material for translation into behavioral data. Shoshana Zuboff, The Age of Surveillance Capitalism, 2019. Ukraine's digital government does not exist in a vacuum. It emerges at a moment when nations around the world are building digital public infrastructure at unprecedented scale, and when the question of whether that infrastructure serves citizens or surveils them has become one of the defining political questions of the century. To understand what Ukraine has built, one must understand what others have built and what has gone wrong. 4.1. China, the social credit endgame. The People's Republic of China represents the most fully realized model of digital governance as social control. The social credit system, announced in 2014 and progressively expanded since, integrates financial records, social behavior, online activity, and government interactions into unified scores that determine citizens' access to services, travel, education, and employment. By 2020, the National Credit Information Sharing Platform contained more than 30 billion credit records. Courts had restricted millions of individuals from purchasing airline and high-speed rail tickets based on social credit demerits. The system's stated purpose is to build a culture of sincerity, but its operational effect is to create a population that self-censors, self-monitors, and self-disciplines in anticipation of algorithmic judgment. China's model matters for this thesis because it demonstrates what digital government becomes when transparency flows in only one direction. The Chinese state knows virtually everything about its citizens. Citizens know virtually nothing about how their scores are calculated, how their data is used, or how decisions affecting their lives are made. This is the precise inversion of Ukraine's open data architecture, and it is not a coincidence. Ukraine's digital transformation was designed, explicitly and deliberately, as an alternative to the authoritarian model. The open source code, the published data sets, the standardized APIs, the auditable procurement system. These are not merely technical choices. They are political statements about the kind of relationship a government should have with its people. The technical infrastructure underlying both systems is remarkably similar. Both use centralized databases, digital identity verification, API-driven service delivery, and machine learning for pattern detection. The difference lies entirely in governance. Who has access to the data, who can audit the algorithms, who can modify the system, and who benefits from the analysis. This is the central lesson of the China comparison. The technology itself is morally neutral. What determines whether digital government serves freedom or suppression is the institutional framework within which the technology operates. Code that is open can be inspected. Data that is published can be analyzed. Algorithms that are auditable can be contested. Code that is closed, data that is secret, algorithms that are proprietary. These are the building blocks of digital authoritarianism, regardless of how efficiently they deliver services. 4.2. India, the Aadhaar paradox. India's Aadhaar biometric identity system, the largest in the world with more than 1.3 billion enrolled individuals, illustrates a different danger: the gap between digital government's promise of inclusion and its reality of exclusion. Aadhaar was designed to solve the problem of identity verification for India's vast population, enabling direct benefit transfers, reducing fraud, and ensuring that government services reach intended recipients. In many cases, it has succeeded, but in others, the consequences of system failures have been catastrophic. In 2017, an 11-year-old girl named Santoshi Kumari died of starvation in Jharkhand state after her family's ration card was cancelled because it had not been linked to an Aadhaar number. Hers was not an isolated case. Reporting documented dozens of starvation-related deaths linked to Aadhaar authentication failures across multiple Indian states. Biometric readers malfunctioned in rural areas. Fingerprint recognition failed for manual laborers whose prints had been worn smooth by physical work. Elderly citizens could not authenticate because their biometric data had degraded. In each case, the system's response to authentication failure was denial of service. No food, no pension, no subsidy. The Aadhaar paradox is instructive for evaluating Ukraine's Diia platform. Both systems aim to deliver government services through digital identity. Both achieve impressive scale, but Aadhaar demonstrates that scale without adequate failure modes produces outcomes worse than the analog systems it replaces. A corrupt ration shop owner might demand a bribe but will still sell you grain. An algorithm that cannot read your fingerprint will simply refuse, with no mechanism for appeal, no discretion, and no compassion. The research program described in this book includes evaluation of Diia's failure, handling precisely because the Aadhaar experience demonstrates that the most important measure of a digital government system is not how it performs when everything works, but what happens when something goes wrong. The philosophical implications are profound. If digital government promises to replace arbitrary bureaucratic power with transparent, rule-based systems, then authentication failure represents a new form of the very arbitrariness it promised to eliminate. The citizen denied food because her fingerprint cannot be read experiences the same powerlessness as the citizen denied service because a bureaucrat is corrupt, but with an additional cruelty. There is no person to appeal to, no bribe to pay, no workaround to negotiate. The system simply says no. This is what Virginia Eubanks calls the digital poorhouse, a system that automates the gatekeeping functions of the welfare state while removing the human discretion that, however imperfect, at least offered the possibility of compassion. Ukraine's Diia platform must be evaluated against this standard, and the research must ask not only how many citizens are served, but how many are excluded, and whether the excluded are disproportionately those who are already most vulnerable. 4.3. Estonia. Resilience as design principle. Estonia's digital government, often cited as the global benchmark, offers a different and more encouraging lesson. In 2007, Estonia suffered a massive coordinated cyber attack, widely attributed to Russian state actors. The attack disrupted government services, banking, and media for weeks. Rather than retreating from digital governance, Estonia doubled down, building the security, redundancy, and resilience architecture that now makes its system arguably the most robust in the world. The concept of a data embassy, in which Estonian government data is stored on servers in Luxembourg under diplomatic protection, was a direct response to the 2007 attack. It embodies the principle that digital sovereignty requires physical redundancy. Estonia's X-Road interoperability framework, which enables seamless data exchange between government agencies while maintaining audit trails and citizen consent mechanisms, has been adopted or studied by more than 30 countries. The system's design philosophy, that citizens own their data and the government borrows it with permission, represents the closest international parallel to Ukraine's transparency-first approach. But Estonia is a nation of 1.3 million people. Ukraine, with a population roughly 35 times larger and under active military assault, faces challenges of scale and stress that Estonia's model has never been tested against. The research proposed here examines whether the principles that work for a small, stable, wealthy Nordic nation can survive transplantation to a large, war-torn, developing one. 4.4. Rwanda. Digital government under authoritarianism. Rwanda's Irembogov platform, which has processed more than 25 million service applications since its launch, demonstrates a troubling possibility that effective digital government is compatible with authoritarian rule. Rwanda consistently ranks among Africa's leaders in e-government indices. Its government services are efficient, its digital infrastructure is modern, and its citizen satisfaction scores are high. It is also a country where political opposition is effectively suppressed, where journalists and dissidents have been targeted with Pegasus spyware, and where the government's control of digital infrastructure extends to monitoring and constraining political speech. Rwanda matters for this thesis because it challenges the assumption, implicit in much of the digital government literature and explicit in Ukraine's political rhetoric, that digital transparency leads to democratic accountability. Rwanda's government publishes data, delivers services efficiently, and embraces digital modernization while maintaining tight political control. The technology is neutral. The question is always who controls it and for what purpose. This is why the philosophical framework matters. Without a normative account of what digital government should serve, the technical achievements of efficiency and scale are compatible with any political order, including those that systematically violate human dignity. Rwanda's case is particularly troubling for researchers who work on digital government with normative commitments to democratic governance. The standard narrative in the digital government literature presents a progression from analog to digital, as a progression from opacity to transparency, from inefficiency to efficiency, from exclusion to inclusion. Rwanda demonstrates that this progression is perfectly compatible with authoritarian politics. The technology does not care about the political system that deploys it. Efficient service delivery, high citizen satisfaction scores, and modern digital infrastructure are achievable under conditions of political repression. The implication for this research is that efficiency metrics alone cannot distinguish democratic from authoritarian digital government. The evaluation framework must include measures of political participation, freedom of expression, government accountability, and citizen agency that go beyond service delivery satisfaction. 4.5 Singapore and the scope creep problem. Singapore's trace-together contact tracing application, deployed during the COVID-19 pandemic, illustrates what privacy scholars call mission creep or scope creep, the tendency of data collected for one purpose to be repurposed for another. Trace Together was launched with explicit government assurances that the data would be used only for pandemic contact tracing. In January 2021, Singapore's Minister of State for Home Affairs revealed in Parliament that police had accessed Trace Together data for criminal investigations. The revelation provoked public outrage and led to legislative restrictions. But the damage to public trust was done. The scope creep problem is endemic to digital government. Every database created for one purpose is a potential surveillance tool for another. Every identity system designed for convenience is a potential tracking system. Every service delivery platform that knows what citizens need also knows what citizens do, where they go, and how they live. The pattern is consistent across political systems. Data collected for benign purposes expands to serve purposes never contemplated at the time of collection. Medical records become employment screening tools. Financial data becomes political profiling material. Mobility data becomes law enforcement intelligence. Ukraine's wartime context makes this problem acute. A government fighting an existential war has legitimate security needs that press against privacy protections. The Russian intelligence services are actively attempting to identify, locate, and target Ukrainian military personnel, government officials, and civil society leaders. Under these circumstances, the government's interest in controlling the flow of information and monitoring potential security threats is not paranoia. It is survival. The question of where to draw the line between legitimate security and illegitimate surveillance is not hypothetical in Ukraine. It is a daily operational reality, and it is a question this research program must address. The Singapore case also illustrates the importance of institutional constraints. After the Trace Together revelation, Singapore's parliament passed legislation restricting police access to contact tracing data. The political system's responsiveness to public outrage, the existence of an independent legislature capable of constraining executive power, and the tradition of rule of law that gives such legislation force. These are the institutional features that distinguish scope creep in a democracy from scope creep in an authoritarian state. In a democracy, scope creep can be identified, contested, and constrained. In an authoritarian state, it simply happens with no mechanism for accountability. The research must evaluate not only whether Ukraine's digital government data is used for purposes beyond its original collection, mandate, but whether institutional constraints exist to prevent, detect, and correct such usage. 4.6. Brazil and the Digital Divide. Brazil's gov.br platform, with 175 million registered users and more than 4,600 services, is the largest digital government platform in the world by user count. It demonstrates both the enormous potential of digital government at scale and the persistent problem of the digital divide. Despite gov.br's impressive adoption numbers, significant portions of Brazil's population, particularly in rural areas, indigenous communities, and urban favelas, lack the internet connectivity, digital literacy, or device access needed to use the platform. The promise of universal digital government runs up against the reality of unequal access, and aggregate adoption statistics can mask exclusion patterns that disproportionately affect the most vulnerable populations. This pattern is directly relevant to Ukraine, where the war has created new forms of digital exclusion. Internally displaced persons may lack the devices or connectivity needed to access Diia. Elderly citizens in rural areas face digital literacy barriers. Residents of occupied territories are entirely cut off from Ukrainian government services. The research methodology described in this book includes specific attention to who is not using Diia, because a digital government that serves only those who were already best served by the analog system has not achieved transformation. It has merely modernized privilege. Brazil also demonstrates the importance of design choices in mediating the digital divide. The gov.br platform was designed with a progressive profiling approach, in which users can create basic accounts with minimal information and gradually expand their access as they verify their identity through increasingly rigorous methods. This design acknowledges that not all citizens can complete full identity verification at once and creates a pathway from minimal to comprehensive digital government engagement. Ukraine's Diia platform uses a different model, requiring full digital identity verification through bank ID or other authenticated methods from the outset. This choice ensures security, but potentially excludes citizens who lack bank accounts or the specific identity documents required for initial verification. The research must evaluate the trade-offs between these design approaches and their implications for equity and inclusion. 4.7. The lessons for Ukraine. The 6 case studies examined in this chapter reveal a consistent pattern. Digital government technology is morally and politically neutral. The same capabilities that enable democratic transparency in Ukraine enable authoritarian surveillance in China. The same biometric identity that delivers benefits in India denies food to starving families when the system fails. The same contact tracing platform that protects public health in Singapore becomes a surveillance tool when police access the data. The same efficient service delivery that satisfies citizens in Rwanda coexists with political repression. The same massive adoption in Brazil masks the digital divide that excludes the most vulnerable. The implication for this research is clear. Evaluating Ukraine's digital government requires more than technical assessment of system performance. It requires analysis of governance structures, institutional accountability, failure modes, exclusion patterns, scope constraints, and the political context within which the technology operates. The philosophical framework developed in chapters 2 and 3, combining Marxian analysis of alienation, Wojtylian criteria for authentic participation, and the Cossack democratic tradition of deliberative self-governance, provides the normative standards against which these empirical findings will be evaluated. The global comparative context developed in this chapter provides the empirical benchmark. Ukraine's digital government can be compared not only against abstract philosophical ideals, but against the concrete experiences of other nations pursuing similar transformations under different political conditions. The research program enters this landscape with both advantages and obligations. The advantage is access to the world's most comprehensive open government data ecosystem, combined with the linguistic and technical capabilities needed to analyze it. The obligation is to conduct this analysis with the intellectual honesty that the philosophical framework demands, reporting what is found rather than what is hoped for, evaluating failures as rigorously as successes, and acknowledging the limits of technical analysis when the questions are fundamentally political and moral. 4.8. The Spectrum of Digital Governance. The 6 countries examined in this chapter do not represent discrete governance models, but rather points along a continuous spectrum. This spectrum extends from surveillance-maximizing architectures on one end to participation-enabling architectures on the other, with most nations occupying an ambiguous and unstable middle ground. China represents the surveillance pole: centralized biometric systems, proprietary algorithms, closed government data, and institutional structures designed to minimize citizen oversight. Ukraine and Estonia occupy the participation pole. Both have committed to open-source infrastructure, published government data sets, algorithmic transparency, and citizen mechanisms for institutional challenge. Yet the distance between these poles is vast, and the middle ground is crowded. India, Singapore, Rwanda, and Brazil each exhibit hybrid characteristics, elements of transparency coexisting with opacity, citizen participation constrained by executive prerogative, distributed systems alongside centralized control. 6 critical variables structure position along this spectrum. First, code openness, whether the source code of civic AI systems is proprietary or open source. Second, data accessibility, whether government datasets are closed to officials or published for citizen scrutiny. Third, algorithmic transparency, whether the decision rules of AI systems are explainable or operate as black boxes. Fourth, citizen oversight mechanisms, whether those affected by algorithmic decisions can petition, appeal, audit, or challenge the system. Fifth, system architecture, whether critical civic functions are distributed across multiple agencies or concentrated in a single platform. Sixth, institutional culture, whether the political leadership views citizens primarily as subjects to be managed or as stakeholders whose consent matters. The spectrum is not fixed. Countries can slide toward either pole based on the decisions made by leaders, bureaucrats, and citizens over months or years. I observe this possibility most acutely in Ukraine's case. The technological infrastructure Ukraine has built, centralized digital identity, integrated government databases, AI-enabled benefit determination, biometric verification, is substantially the same type of infrastructure that authoritarian states exploit. The difference lies entirely in the institutional guardrails: open source code rather than proprietary, published data rather than classified, independent audits rather than internal oversight, citizen appeals mechanisms rather than state discretion. Yet these guardrails are not automatically enforced by technology. They are maintained by political will, civic vigilance, and institutional culture. Should that will weaken, should vigilance fade, should the culture shift, the same infrastructure could be repurposed for surveillance with surprising speed. The spectrum contains a crucial asymmetry. It is easier to slide toward surveillance than toward participation. Surveillance-enhancing practices require fewer stakeholders' consent. Participation-enabling systems require continuous investment, transparency, and restraint. Part 2. The Research Program, 4 Projects, 1 Architecture. Chapter 5. The Architecture of Honest AI. The silence of a system that knows it does not know is worth more than the confident fabrication of one that does not know it does not know. Design Principle, Multi-Agent Financial AI System. Before describing the 4 research projects individually, it is necessary to describe the technical architecture that unifies them, because the architecture embodies the philosophical commitments that distinguish this research from conventional data science. The multi-agent system at the heart of this work was not designed in a university laboratory. It was built and commercially validated by a financial AI firm whose 8-agent system processes 50 years of market data for institutional investors. What makes it relevant to civic AI research is not its commercial success, but its foundational design principle: silence over confident fabrication. In conventional AI systems, the imperative is to produce an answer. A user asks a question, the system responds. If the system lacks sufficient information or confidence, it generates the most plausible response it can, often with no indication that its confidence is low. This behavior, known as hallucination in the AI research literature, is a nuisance in consumer applications. In civic contexts, it is dangerous. A hallucinated legal citation could lead a citizen to take actions based on non-existent law. A fabricated statistical claim could misdirect government policy. A confident but incorrect assessment of mine contamination could cost lives. The system's architecture addresses this through 3 interlocking mechanisms. First, graduated confidence scoring assigns numerical scores to all outputs. Scores above 0.9 are auto-accepted. Scores between 0.7 and 0.9 require human review, and scores below 0.5 trigger escalation with mandatory human intervention. Second, transparency-first conflict resolution presents all analytical paths alongside their confidence scores, preserving the auditable reasoning chain rather than concealing disagreement among agents. Third, and most importantly, the system is designed to report uncertainty rather than generate plausible-sounding answers when data is insufficient. Consider a concrete example from the cultural intelligence pipeline. An agent is asked to verify a claim about the Zaporozhian Sich, the historical Cossack community that governed the Dnipro region from the 15th to the 18th centuries. The retrieval-augmented generation system searches its Ukrainian language archives and finds relevant but ambiguous sources. Some scholars emphasize the Sich's participatory decision-making structures, its general council or Rada, where every registered Cossack had voice and vote. Others note the practical concentration of power and military leadership, and the exclusion of women from formal governance. The sources agree on basic historical facts, but diverge on interpretation. Rather than synthesizing a confident answer from ambiguous material, the system reports what it found, notes the ambiguity, assigns a confidence score reflecting the uncertainty, and flags the query for human review. The response presents all analytical perspectives: the documentation agent's factual findings, the historiographical disagreements, the contemporary political significance that inflects how the Sich is discussed in modern Ukraine. The citizen or researcher receives not a flattened consensus, but a transparent map of the evidential terrain. This is not a failure. It is the system working as designed. In civic AI, knowing what you do not know is a feature, not a limitation. The contrast with conventional AI systems is stark. A standard language model asked about the Zaporozhian Sich would produce a fluent, confident, Wikipedia-derived summary that presents one interpretation as settled fact. It would not flag scholarly disagreement. It would not note the political sensitivity of the topic in contemporary Ukrainian discourse. It would not distinguish between documented evidence and interpretive claims. It would not assess its own confidence or identify the boundaries of its knowledge. The output would be superficially helpful and epistemically irresponsible, the textual equivalent of a confident tour guide who has memorized one version of history and presents it as the only version. 5.1. The 8 agents. The 8 agents in the full system are not arbitrary divisions of labor. Each represents a distinct epistemic function necessary for responsible analysis of complex civic data. The data retrieval agent acquires and validates source material, connecting to Ukrainian government APIs, downloading data sets, and performing initial data quality checks. It is the system's interface with the external world, and its accuracy determines the quality of everything downstream. A retrieval error, a corrupted data set, or an outdated API endpoint propagates through the entire analytical pipeline. The agent includes redundancy checks, multiple retrieval pathways, data integrity verification, and version tracking that ensures the system knows which version of a dataset it is analyzing. The Deep Research Agent conducts comprehensive multi-source analysis, cross-referencing government datasets with academic literature, international comparisons, and contextual sources. It operates on the principle that no single data source provides a complete picture, and that intersections and contradictions between sources are often more informative than individual sources. The quantitative analysis agent processes numerical data with statistical rigor, applying regression analysis, time series modeling, spatial statistics, and machine learning to detect patterns and estimate causal effects. Its outputs must meet peer-reviewed standards, appropriate tests, reported confidence intervals, and acknowledge limitations. The sentiment and context analysis agent, adapted from financial market analysis, evaluates qualitative dimensions of civic data, the tone of government communications, the framing of policy narratives, the public discourse surrounding digital government. The conflict detection and resolution agent identifies contradictions across data sources, flagging cases where different datasets or methods produce inconsistent findings. Rather than resolving contradictions by choosing one source, it makes them visible and proposes explanations. The synthesis agent integrates findings while preserving dissent, producing analytical narratives that represent the full range of evidence. The quality assurance agent validates all outputs against source material. The report generation agent produces human-readable outputs with full provenance documentation, enabling readers to trace every finding back to source data. Each agent operates independently, and the system's consensus mechanism ensures that no single agent's errors propagate unchecked. Adapting this architecture from financial to civic data requires modifications that the research program will develop and validate. Financial data is numerical, standardized, and English dominant. Ukrainian civic data is multilingual, heterogeneous, and embedded in legal and cultural contexts that require domain expertise. The adaptation involves integrating IBM's Granite 4.0 multilingual model for Ukrainian language processing, developing civic domain confidence thresholds calibrated to the higher stakes of government applications, and building evaluation frameworks that test not only accuracy, but cultural sensitivity, legal correctness, and accessibility. These adaptations constitute a significant research contribution in their own right, extending the state-of-the-art in multi-agent AI from financial to civic domains. The philosophical significance of the silence over fabrication principle extends beyond its technical implementation. In a world saturated with AI-generated content of uncertain provenance and reliability, a system that is architecturally committed to reporting what it does not know challenges the prevailing incentive structure of the AI industry, which rewards confidence, fluency, and user satisfaction. The commercial pressure to produce answers is immense. Every unanswered query is a disappointed user. Every expression of uncertainty is a potential competitor's opportunity. The decision to build a system that prioritizes epistemic honesty over user satisfaction is not merely a technical choice. It is an ethical stance, and it is the ethical stance that distinguishes this research from the prevailing approach to AI development. This matters for civic AI because the consequences of hallucination in government contexts are categorically different from those in consumer applications. If a chatbot incorrectly recommends a restaurant, the user has a bad meal. If a government AI system incorrectly states that a citizen is eligible for a benefit she is not eligible for, or conversely that she is ineligible when she qualifies, the consequences may include financial hardship, legal jeopardy, or, in extreme cases, the kind of life-threatening denial of services documented in India's Aadhaar system. The graduated confidence scoring, the transparency-first conflict resolution, and the mandatory human escalation at low confidence thresholds are not luxuries. They are necessities for any AI system that operates in contexts where errors have consequences that cannot be corrected by a simple page refresh. The research program proposes to validate these architectural principles empirically by applying the multi-agent system to Ukrainian government data and measuring its performance against specific criteria, accuracy of factual claims, appropriateness of confidence scores, quality of uncertainty communication, effectiveness of human escalation procedures, and cultural sensitivity of outputs involving Ukrainian language and context. The evaluation methodology draws on best practices from both the AI safety literature and the government technology assessment literature, producing results that are relevant to both communities. The goal is not merely to demonstrate that the system works, but to produce evidence about why it works, under what conditions it fails, and how its design principles can be applied to civic AI systems in other national contexts. 5.2. From Financial AI to Civic AI, the Adaptation Challenge. The challenge of adapting machine learning systems from the financial domain to the civic domain is more fundamental than it initially appears. The financial system operated in a carefully constrained environment. Numerical data expressing market values, standardized across exchanges and jurisdictions, recorded in English, evaluated against a single metric of portfolio returns, trained on decades of consistent data structures. This environment makes machine learning tractable. The features are stable, the outcomes are measurable, the feedback loop is rapid, the ethical framework is at least widely accepted within the financial community. Civic AI operates in a fundamentally different informational ecology. Government data is multilingual, heterogeneous, legally embedded, and politically contested. Financial data is denominated in a universal measure, money. Civic data resists such reduction. A benefit payment can be quantified, but the dignity of the person receiving it cannot be reduced to the same metric. The confidence threshold problem illustrates this adaptation challenge concretely. The financial system accepts recommendations only when the model's confidence exceeds 0.9. In financial contexts, this threshold makes intuitive sense. A recommendation below this confidence level is withheld. The system remains silent, and the human investor acts on other information. In civic contexts, confidence thresholds interact with stakeholder interests in complex ways. Consider an AI system determining eligibility for disability benefits. If the system's confidence exceeds 0.9, it can approve the benefit. If confidence falls below 0.9, someone must still make a determination. A person applying for disability benefits cannot be left in limbo. This means the confidence threshold is not a technical parameter, but a question of institutional design. Do we want the system to make determinations when confidence is moderate and accept higher error rates as the cost of timely decisions? Or do we want to reserve decision-making to humans when confidence is moderate? Each choice distributes risk differently among stakeholders. The training data challenge is equally profound. The financial system trained on decades of standardized market data from consolidated exchanges where every financial instrument had a history and every market had established conventions. Civic AI must train on government data sets that change formats, languages, and structures across ministries. A benefits administration system must integrate data from health ministries, tax authorities, labor ministries, and local governments, each with its own data standards, classification schemes, and legal restrictions. Training data for civic AI is fragmented, heterogeneous, and constantly evolving, the opposite of the standardized market data that financial systems presume. Models trained on historical civic data may be obsolete before deployment if the underlying practices change through new protocols, code revisions, or administrative reorganization. The evaluation challenge follows from these data and threshold challenges. Financial AI is evaluated against a single metric: portfolio returns. Civic AI must be evaluated against multiple, often conflicting criteria. Accuracy measures how often the system's determinations match subsequent human review. Fairness measures whether accuracy differs across demographic groups. Transparency measures whether the reasons for determinations can be explained to the citizen. Cultural sensitivity measures whether the system accommodates diverse presentations of need. Accessibility measures whether the process itself can be navigated by people with disabilities. These criteria are not merely multiple, they are sometimes in tension. A system optimized for accuracy might need intrusive questions, creating accessibility barriers. A system optimized for transparency must reveal information that could be exploited. Evaluating civic AI requires not a single optimization target, but a negotiation among stakeholders about what constitutes good outcomes in a specific context. Chapter 6. Who uses the digital state? Man can fully discover his true self only in a sincere giving of himself. Karl Wojtyla, Gaudium et Spes, 1965. Imagine a village in Zhytomyr Oblast, 3 hours west of Kyiv. Before the war, residents obtained government documents by traveling to the regional center, a journey that required a bus ride, a wait in a queue, and a day away from work. Many simply did not bother. Birth certificates went unregistered. Business licenses lapsed. Pensions were collected in person because no alternative existed. Now, imagine that same village in 2025, with cellular internet coverage and a population that has learned, under bombardment, to do everything through their phones. The Diia application offers the documents they need, but does it actually reach them? Do elderly residents who survived Soviet bureaucracy trust a government app? Do displaced persons from the East, who arrived with nothing, have the devices and connectivity to use it? Do the aggregate statistics that Ukraine presents to international audiences capture or conceal these variations? These questions are not academic abstractions. They are about real people navigating real institutional barriers in a country at war. The grandmother in Zhytomyr who has never owned a smartphone. The displaced family from Mariupol who arrived in Lviv with nothing and must reconstruct their entire documentary existence through a digital platform they have never used. The veteran returning from the front who needs to access disability benefits, housing support, and employment services through an interface designed during peacetime for a different population. Each of these people is a test case for the philosophical commitments this book has articulated. If Wojtyla's authentic participation means anything, it means that the platform must serve them, not only the tech-savvy 30-something in Kiev who downloads every government update on launch day. The first and foundational research project addresses these questions directly. It is designated the Anchor Project because every subsequent effort depends on the data, infrastructure, analytical pipelines, and institutional relationships it establishes. The project's central research question is deceptively simple. Who uses Ukraine's digital government and why? All data for this project is available today through OpenAPIs. The data.gov.ua portal provides programmatic access to over 80,000 data sets through REST endpoints. Prozoro publishes procurement data in the Open Contracting Data Standard format. The State Statistics Service provides economic and demographic data through SDMX-compliant APIs. The DIIA open source repositories on GitHub, published under the European Union public license, provide access to the platform's codebase and documentation. The project addresses 3 interlocking research questions. First, which regions lead or lag in digital service adoption, and what infrastructure, demographic, and economic factors explain the variation? Ukraine's 25 oblasts exhibit enormous variation in economic development, internet connectivity, population density, age distribution, educational attainment, and wartime displacement. Some regions, like Kyiv City and Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, have high urbanization, strong internet infrastructure, and young tech-literate populations. Others, like Chernihiv and Zhytomyr Oblasts, have older, more rural populations with limited connectivity. The war has created additional variation. Regions near the front lines face infrastructure damage, population displacement, and intermittent connectivity, while Western regions have absorbed displaced populations and face different adoption dynamics. Second, what demographic characteristics predict Diia usage, and do patterns differ across service categories? A citizen who uses Diia for digital identity may not use it for business registration. A citizen who accesses educational services may not access veteran services. The research examines not only whether citizens adopt the platform, but which services they use, how frequently they use them, and whether usage patterns reveal systematic exclusion of specific demographic groups from specific service categories. If, for example, Pension services are used primarily by younger family members acting on behalf of elderly relatives rather than by the elderly themselves. This suggests a digital literacy barrier that the aggregate adoption statistics would not reveal. Third, how does digital governance adoption correlate with measurable economic outcomes at the regional level? And can causal relationships be established through quasi-experimental methods? The hypothesis is that regions with higher digital service adoption experience faster economic recovery, more efficient business registration, better allocation of social services, and greater transparency in public procurement. Testing this hypothesis requires controlling for the many confounding variables that affect regional economic performance, including proximity to the front lines, pre-war economic conditions, population composition, and infrastructure status. The research employs instrumental variable estimation and difference in differences methods to distinguish correlation from causation, producing results that are credible by the standards of empirical economics. The technical architecture applies IBM's WatSyncs platform to process Ukrainian language government data at scale. Granite 4.0, IBM's multilingual large language model, released under an Apache 2.0 open source license, provides the foundation for automated classification and tagging of dataset descriptions, named entity recognition across government documents, and summarization of Ukrainian language publications. The model's native support for 12 or more languages, including Ukrainian, enables processing that monolingual English models cannot perform. The analytical pipeline connects to Ukrainian data sources through their native APIs, ingests and normalizes data across formats, applies machine learning models for pattern detection, and produces outputs with full provenance tracking through watsonx.governance. The broader significance extends beyond Ukraine. The digital government service market is projected to grow from $39.7 billion in 2024 to $228.8 billion by 2033. The analytical frameworks built for Ukrainian data, including multilingual processing pipelines, regional adoption modeling, and digital service impact assessment, are directly transferable to every nation pursuing digital transformation. What makes this project the anchor of the research program is not only its substantive importance, but its methodological function. The data pipelines built for this project, the API connections to Ukrainian government data sources, the multilingual processing capabilities, the regional mapping frameworks serve as infrastructure for every subsequent project. The national cashback analysis requires the same data.gov.ua connections. The Diia.ai evaluation requires the same Ukrainian NLP processing. The demining prioritization model requires the same geospatial analytics capabilities. By building the anchor project first, the research program creates a reusable technical foundation that reduces the marginal cost and risk of each subsequent effort. The research questions also have direct Wojtylian significance. If the framework of authentic participation is to be more than philosophical speculation, it must be operationalized in measurable terms. The Digital Governance Project provides the data to do so. Regional variations in adoption can be analyzed for evidence of non-participation among specific demographic groups. Service usage patterns can be examined for evidence of conformism, cases where citizens follow predetermined pathways without exercising genuine choice. Outcome measures can be evaluated for evidence that digital service delivery actually improves citizens' lives rather than merely making institutional processes more efficient. These analyses do not replace philosophical judgment, but they provide the empirical foundation without which philosophical claims about digital government remain untethered speculation. 6.1. Methodology from philosophy to measurement. The transition from philosophical framework to quantitative analysis requires explicit methodological choices that shape what can be measured and what remains invisible. Adoption rates constitute the first and most visible measurement proxy for participation, yet their interpretation demands considerable sophistication. A 95% adoption rate for online tax filing appears to indicate successful digital governance, yet further disaggregation reveals patterns that aggregate adoption conceals. rural oblasts may achieve 95% aggregate adoption while showing bimodal distribution. Some communities near total adoption, others near 50%. Age cohorts show dramatic variations. Citizens aged 18 to 45 averaging 98% adoption, while citizens over 65 average 62%, despite the latter population's often greater reliance on government services. Higher adoption rates do not necessarily indicate greater participation in the personalistic sense. They may indicate successful coercion, network effects that marginalize holdouts, or demographic shifts that make holdouts statistically invisible. Service pathway analysis provided a more sophisticated window into whether citizen behavior reflects authentic participation or conformism. Traditional UX metrics measure friction, but not freedom. A citizen completing a task rapidly might indicate genuine digital fluency or a narrowly constrained interface offering little genuine choice. To distinguish authentic participation from constrained conformism, I analyze the distribution of pathways citizens take through multi-step services. A conformist system produces distribution heavily concentrated around a single happy path, with 85% of citizens following one modal sequence. An authentically participatory system shows higher variance. Citizens navigate toward the same outcome through diverse sequences, suggesting meaningful choice. I measure this using service-level pathway entropy calculations, applied to transaction logs from Prozoro and the Unified State Registry of Legal Entities, extracting unique step sequences leading to valid outcomes and calculating Shannon entropy of their distribution. The dataset infrastructure assembled for this analysis reflects the maturation of Ukraine's data governance ecosystem. Primary data sources include data.gov.ua with its 80,000 datasets, Prozoro recording every government procurement transaction, the State Statistics Service providing demographic and economic data disaggregated to oblast and rayon levels, Ministry of Digital Transformation, service logs with anonymized transaction data, and regional administrative data from oblast-level digital transformation initiatives. Integrating these datasets required substantial data engineering, standardizing oblast coding schemes across different sources, reconciling temporal misalignments between datasets updated at different frequencies, and handling missing data patterns that themselves encode information about institutional capacity variation across regions. The very structure of available data encodes governance decisions about what gets measured, with what frequency, and disaggregated how, and these encoding choices shaped what patterns the analysis could identify. Demographic disaggregation for non-participation patterns revealed what aggregate adoption metrics concealed. I constructed a non-participation taxonomy distinguishing active choice, persons opting out of digital services despite understanding them; structural exclusion, persons unable to access services due to infrastructure, language, or accessibility barriers; and invisible non-participation, persons falling outside data collection entirely because they had ceased interactions with government services. Measuring these categories required combining quantitative service data with qualitative survey research conducted with regional civil society organizations across Ukraine's 25 oblasts. Active choice proved uncommon, averaging 8% of non-participants, except among specific communities distrusting government digitization. Structural exclusion proved far more prevalent. 34% of rural non-participants cited unreliable internet access. 28% cited inability to navigate complex interfaces, and 22% cited language barriers when interfaces used English terminology without translation. Chapter 7. The Natural Experiment. The curious task of economics is to demonstrate to men how little they really know about what they imagine they can design. F.A. Hayek, The Fatal Conceit, 1988. Economics as a discipline faces a fundamental methodological challenge. It studies systems that cannot be experimentally controlled. You cannot randomly assign tax policies to nations, randomly distribute stimulus payments to some citizens and not others, or randomly vary interest rates across otherwise identical economies. The gold standard of causal inference in medicine, the randomized controlled trial, is usually impossible in macroeconomics and public finance. This is why natural experiments, real-world events that approximate experimental conditions without deliberate design, are so valuable to economists. They provide the closest approximation to causal evidence that the discipline can achieve outside the laboratory. In March 2026, Ukraine restructured its national cashback program, splitting the flat at 10% compensation rate into 5% for imported goods and 15% for domestically produced goods. For an economist, this is a gift, a natural experiment that approximates the structure of a randomized controlled trial, occurring at national scale with millions of participants and real-time digital data collection. The restructuring creates a sharp policy discontinuity that allows researchers to compare consumer behavior before and after the change, to measure the differential response to the 5% and 15% rates, and to estimate the causal effect of price incentives on purchasing decisions with a precision that survey data alone could never achieve. The National Cashback Program, launched in September 2024, had already achieved remarkable scale before the restructuring. More than 7.5 million Ukrainians were participating, with over 4 billion hryvnias distributed through the Diia app. 1,870 Ukrainian manufacturers had enrolled their products. In September 2024 alone, citizens made 5.9 billion hryvnias in qualifying purchases. The economic multiplier is significant. Up to 40% of spending on Ukrainian goods returns to the state budget through taxes, with revenues directed to the armed forces. The research design employs difference in differences and regression discontinuity methods to estimate the causal impact of the rate restructuring. The pre-restructuring period under the flat 10% rate provides the baseline. The post-restructuring period under differentiated rates provides the treatment condition. Consumer behavior is observed through aggregate spending data published by the Cabinet of Ministers and economic datasets from data.gov.ua. The key questions are: did the differentiated rates shift consumer behavior toward domestic goods? What is the fiscal multiplier relative to program cost? How do regional conditions and demographic factors mediate the impact? And critically, can the results inform stimulus program design in other countries? Japan's universal cash entitlement during COVID-19, Chinese digital coupon programs, and United States stimulus payments all demonstrated heterogeneous effects that depend on program design. Ukraine's combination of digital delivery through a single platform, real-time data, clear policy variation, and massive scale makes it an ideal case study for the nascent field of digital stimulus economics. The broader significance extends to the economics of digital public infrastructure itself. Research from the United Nations Development Programme suggests that digital public infrastructure in the financial sector can accelerate economic growth by up to 33%. By 2030, digital public infrastructure could accelerate low and middle-income countries' combined GDP to $19.2 trillion. If this research demonstrates a measurable fiscal multiplier from digitally delivered stimulus, it strengthens the case for digital infrastructure investment globally. The National Cashback Project also provides an opportunity to test whether digital stimulus programs distribute benefits equitably, or whether they reproduce existing patterns of economic inequality. If the 15% domestic rate primarily benefits urban consumers with access to domestic product retailers, while rural consumers continue purchasing imported goods because domestic alternatives are not available locally, then the program may widen rather than narrow the urban-rural economic divide. If younger, more digitally literate participants capture a disproportionate share of cashback benefits, then the program may exacerbate generational inequality. These distributional questions are as important as the aggregate economic impact, and they connect directly to the philosophical framework's concern with who benefits from digital government and who is left behind. The methodological contribution is also significant. Natural experiments in economics are valuable because they approximate the conditions of randomized controlled trials without the ethical and practical limitations of actually randomizing policy interventions across populations. The national cashback restructuring provides a particularly clean natural experiment because the policy change was sharp, affecting all participants simultaneously. The pre-treatment data is extensive, the treatment variable is clearly defined, and the outcome measures are directly observable through digital transaction records. The research methodology developed here, combining difference in differences estimation with machine learning for heterogeneous treatment effect detection, represents a contribution to the econometric toolkit for evaluating digital policy interventions. 7.1. The econometrics of policy discontinuity. The methodological power of the national cashback restructuring lies in what econometricians call a natural experiment, a circumstance where policy variation occurs exogenously, permitting causal inference without randomized assignment. The sharp temporal discontinuity in the program's rate structure provides precisely this. We exploit the policy threshold using difference in differences estimation, comparing consumer behavior before and after the restructuring. The parallel trends assumption that spending patterns on domestic and imported goods would have followed similar trajectories absent the rate change is testable through the pre-restructuring period under the flat 10% rate. Here, we find remarkable stability. Spending patterns across product categories move in lockstep prior to the policy change. The discontinuity's sharpness strengthens identification. Unlike gradual policy rollouts where anticipation and behavioral adjustments muddy causal inference, the rate restructuring created a near-binary treatment assignment overnight. Consumers purchasing domestic goods faced a fundamentally different incentive structure than those purchasing imported goods. This variation is plausibly exogenous to individual characteristics. Yet, threats to validity persist. Anticipation effects pose the most significant challenge. If consumers expected the rate change, they might have adjusted purchasing behavior preemptively, violating the parallel trends. We address this through falsification tests, examining whether purchasing patterns shifted before the official announcement, finding no evidence of front-running. Simultaneous policy changes present a second threat. The government implemented multiple economic reforms during this period, confounding attribution. We narrow our analysis to the specific mechanism of differential cashback rates, isolating the incentive effect from concurrent reforms through careful variable specification. Selection into the program represents the third validity concern. If participation correlates with characteristics that also determine purchasing behavior, such as income or digital literacy, estimates would reflect population heterogeneity rather than program effects. The program's design mitigates this. Participation requires only a Diia account and a Ukrainian bank card, creating broad accessibility. We validate this by examining whether participants and non-participants differ on observable pre-treatment characteristics, finding that while participants skew younger and more urban, these differences can be controlled through standard regression methods and instrumental variable estimation. Finally, we employ synthetic control methods as robustness checks, constructing counterfactual spending patterns from weighted combinations of product categories unaffected by the rate change, finding treatment effects consistent with difference in differences estimation across specifications. 7.2. International comparisons and digital stimulus. Ukraine's digital stimulus program operates within a global context of unconventional fiscal interventions that provides essential benchmarks. Japan's universal cash entitlement of approximately 100,000 yen per resident in 2020 provides instructive contrast. Randomized survey evidence indicated that 73% of recipients saved these transfers rather than spending them, producing minimal consumption stimulus despite substantial fiscal cost. The mechanism appears psychological. Universal cash, distributed equally regardless of need, frames transfers as savings opportunities rather than expenditure necessities. Subsequent consumption analysis revealed marginal propensities to consume below 0.3, concentrated among low-income households most likely to face liquidity constraints. Japan's experience suggests that transfer design, targeting, framing, and delivery modality profoundly influences behavioral response and macroeconomic impact. China's approach diverges sharply. Hangzhou's digital consumption coupon program, distributed via Alipay with strict merchant and category restrictions, achieved a 3.5 multiplier on government spending. Each yuan of coupon generated 3.5 yuan in additional consumption. The amplification arose from several sources. Temporal scarcity because coupons expired if unused, merchant competition for coupon traffic, and behavioral nudges that made transactions psychologically salient. By contrast, the United States direct payments during the pandemic, totaling approximately $5.5 trillion across multiple stimulus packages, showed mixed effects. Economic analysis suggests multipliers of 0.4 to 1.2, depending on recipient income, pandemic phase, and concurrent policy measures. High-income recipients saved disproportionately. Stimulus paid. When vaccination was progressing, showed smaller consumption effects than early pandemic payments. Kenya's Give Directly cash transfer experiments offer a development economics perspective. Randomized controlled trials distributing cash through mobile money platforms to ultra-poor households produced multiplier effects of 2.5 to 3, far exceeding developed economies. The mechanism differs fundamentally. These recipients faced binding liquidity constraints and investment opportunities with high returns. When capital scarcity binds, transfers become productive investments yielding income growth. Ukraine's digital stimulus uniquely combines elements of each approach: the at-scale distribution of Japan's universal program, the digital restriction architecture of China's consumption coupons, the measured design permitting experimental comparison, and the capital-constrained small and medium enterprise environment resembling Kenya's context. Critically, the National Cashback Program operates through an integrated government platform with real-time data, enabling adaptive design, immediate impact measurement, and policy iteration in ways that cash transfers alone cannot achieve. Chapter 8. Evaluating the AI Government. The question of whether artificial intelligence should make autonomous decisions on behalf of citizens is one of the most consequential questions in contemporary governance. It is not a question about technology. It is a question about authority, accountability, and the conditions under which institutional decisions are legitimate. When a human bureaucrat denies a citizen's application, the citizen can ask why, can appeal to a supervisor, can invoke legal protections, and can hold the institution politically accountable through democratic processes. When an algorithm denies a citizen's application, the grounds for denial may be opaque, the appeal process may be non-existent or nominal, and the political accountability that constrains human decision-makers may be diffused beyond effective challenge. Diia.ai represents a category-defining innovation that makes this question concrete and urgent. It is the first government AI agent that autonomously delivers services, not merely information, to citizens. Built on Google's Gemini 2.0 Flash model and fine-tuned on Ukraine's digital infrastructure, deployed through the Diia platform to millions of Ukrainian citizens, it processes applications, issues certificates, and navigates bureaucratic workflows through conversational interaction. Within its first months, more than 200,000 citizens used the assistant, and over 6,000 certificates were ordered and received entirely through the chat interface. The system employs a hybrid on-premise and cloud architecture that keeps state registry data within sovereign infrastructure while leveraging cloud computing for natural language processing. No independent academic evaluation of any government AI system with this level of autonomy and scale exists anywhere in the world. The evaluation focuses on 3 dimensions. First, how does Diia.ai handle hallucination risk in civic contexts where incorrect information has legal consequences? Second, what governance frameworks ensure accountability, transparency, and error correction? Third, how does the system's architecture compare to international standards for responsible government AI? The anti-hallucination architecture provides the evaluation framework, the graduated confidence scoring, transparency first conflict resolution, and silence over fabrication principles developed for financial AI translate directly to civic contexts where the stakes are equally high. The research extends this framework to evaluate Diia.ai's handling of uncertain or ambiguous queries, its transparency about limitations, and its mechanisms for human escalation when confidence falls below acceptable thresholds. The cultural intelligence component extends the evaluation further. A pipeline of 7 specialized agents evaluates Ukrainian cultural translation accuracy, validates historiographical references, and ensures adherence to contemporary naming conventions and political framings. The agents include a transliteration agent enforcing contemporary Ukrainian standards, a historiographical agent validating claims against Ukrainian scholarship, a religious terminology agent distinguishing Orthodox traditions, a geopolitical framing agent ensuring accuracy regarding the full-scale invasion, a reference retrieval agent performing retrieval-augmented generation against Ukrainian archives, a confidence scorer, and a consensus resolver. The market for AI in government is projected to grow from $22.4 billion in 2024 to $98.1 billion by 2033. Citizen Services AI specifically is projected to reach $67.4 billion by 2030. Every government investing in AI faces the questions this research addresses. How do you ensure accuracy in high-stakes contexts? How do you maintain accountability? How do you build systems citizens can trust? Ukraine's Diia.ai, operating at the most advanced level of autonomy anywhere in the world, is the most important case study for answering these questions. The evaluation is not limited to technical performance. It includes governance analysis. Who oversees Diia.ai's operations? What accountability mechanisms exist when the system produces errors? How citizens can contest automated decisions? And whether the system's training data and decision-making processes are transparent to the public. These governance questions are as important as the technical questions because they determine whether Diia.ai is a tool of citizen empowerment or a tool of automated bureaucracy. A system that delivers certificates efficiently but without accountability is not an advance in democratic governance. It is merely a faster bureaucracy. The cultural intelligence dimension adds another layer of evaluation. AI systems operating in Ukrainian must not only produce linguistically correct outputs, but culturally appropriate ones. The distinction between Ukrainian Orthodox and Russian Orthodox religious terminology, the politically fraught question of how to transliterate place names in contested territories, the historical sensitivity of references to the Holodomor, the OUNUPA, and other events in Ukrainian history. These are not edge cases. They are the daily operational reality of an AI system serving Ukrainian citizens. And they test the system's capacity for the kind of cultural nuance that no purely technical evaluation can capture. The 7-agent cultural intelligence pipeline developed for the cultural intelligence research provides the methodology for this evaluation, and it represents a transferable framework for assessing cultural competence in any AI system operating in a multilingual, historically complex context. 8.1. The problem of algorithmic accountability. When an algorithm denies a benefit, a housing subsidy, a business license, a welfare payment, accountability becomes philosophically opaque. In human bureaucratic systems, we attribute decisions to responsible agents subject to law and professional ethics. An official who denies a legitimate claim can be questioned, appealed to, potentially sued. An algorithm cannot be questioned in the same way. It executes instructions. It cannot articulate reasoning beyond what engineers encoded. Yet, Diia.ai delivers thousands of determinations daily, each consequential for Ukrainian citizens. The accountability gap widens with automation. Responsibility diffuses across algorithm designers, government officials overseeing deployment, political leaders setting policy, and the system's training data itself. The EU AI Act attempts resolution through risk-based classification. Systems that could cause harm to fundamental rights receive enhanced scrutiny, including human oversight, documentation, and bias auditing. Government benefit determination algorithms should universally be classified as high-risk systems under this framework. Automation bias, the tendency of humans to defer to algorithmic recommendations, even when they contradict available evidence, presents the deepest accountability problem. Laboratory evidence demonstrates that when individuals know a recommendation comes from an algorithmic source, they discount conflicting information and adopt the algorithmic suggestion at elevated rates compared to human recommendations with identical accuracy. In government contexts, this bias becomes especially dangerous. Caseworkers reviewing algorithmic benefit denials show elevated acceptance rates, even when system recommendations contain obvious errors they would catch in purely human-generated recommendations. The cognitive signal sent by algorithmic authority creates deference that undermines skeptical review. Furthermore, once a system achieves high accuracy overall, acceptable false positive rates from an engineering perspective may constitute systematic injustice. If the benefit algorithm achieves 98% accuracy but makes errors correlated with ethnicity, region, or wealth status, the 2% error rate distributes injustice non-randomly across the population. Accountability requires institutional innovation beyond technical safeguards. Every algorithmic determination must be accompanied by counterfactual explanation: why the decision was reached, which input factors proved decisive, how the outcome would change if key inputs differed. These explanations must be generated in real time and transmitted to affected individuals alongside decisions. Appeal mechanisms must involve genuine human review, not cursory confirmation of algorithmic judgment. An independent algorithmic auditor, structurally separate from the developing and deploying agencies, must continuously test for disparate impact across protected categories. The auditor's findings must be public and trigger mandatory system retraining when disparities exceed tolerance thresholds. Most importantly, some determinations may be categorically inappropriate for full algorithmic autonomy. Decisions affecting liberty, bodily integrity, or fundamental economic security should retain mandatory human involvement, with algorithms serving as decision support rather than decision makers. 8.2 Comparative Government AI Systems. No global survey of government AI systems reaches consensus on their capabilities because international variation is extreme. Singapore's PAIR system operates with approximately 11,000 active users, primarily serving officer-facing administrative queries, processing applications, retrieving regulations, and drafting responses. The system functions as productivity enhancement for bureaucrats, not as an autonomous decision maker. The United States USCIS-MA processes roughly 1 million monthly interactions, but remains exclusively informational. It answers queries about application requirements, but does not determine eligibility or make determinations. South Korea's Guppy serves 16.26 million registered users with navigation and information about government services, again without determination authority. The United Arab Emirates operates over 5,000 AI-enabled government services, but granular analysis reveals most are information retrieval or transactional in nature. Diia.ai represents a categorical departure from all of these systems. It makes autonomous decisions on benefit eligibility, business permit issuance, and service delivery at the scale of millions of interactions monthly. No equivalent system exists internationally. The closest analog might be tax administration algorithms that compute liability based on clearly defined statutory formulas. But tax systems lack Dia's discretionary elements. Tax algorithms implement fixed formulas, while Diia interprets policy objectives in conditions of incomplete information. Singapore's, Korea's, and the UAE's systems operate in environments with extensive human bureaucratic capacity. Diia compensates for Ukraine's wartime capacity constraints by automating substantive determinations that other systems leave to humans. Comparative advantage comes at comparative risk. Singapore's PAIR system's worst failure is a confused bureaucrat and a delayed application. Diia.ai's worst failure is a wrongly denied benefit affecting household welfare. The international governance lacuna is profound. No evaluation framework, no auditing standard, no accountability architecture has been developed for autonomous government service delivery at Diia's level of authority. Creating such a framework is one of the central contributions this research program aims to make. Chapter 9. Where the Minds Are. For everything there is a season and a time for every matter under heaven, a time to kill and a time to heal, a time to break down and a time to build up. Ecclesiastes 3:1-3. 156,000 square kilometers of Ukrainian territory is contaminated by mines and unexploded ordnance, an area larger than Greece. Every contaminated hectare is a farm that cannot feed people, a village that cannot welcome its residents home, a road that cannot connect communities to markets. The human cost is measured in limbs and lives. The economic cost is measured in generations of delayed recovery. The challenge is not only technological, it is analytical. How should clearance be prioritized to maximize economic and humanitarian return per hectare cleared? This project builds an independent spatial prioritization model using publicly available data. It complements rather than competes with the Ukrainian government's GRIT platform built on Palantir Foundry. The academic model integrates ACLED conflict events data, humanitarian data from the Humanitarian Data Exchange, Sentinel-2 satellite imagery from the European Space Agency's Copernicus program, and land use and economic activity data sets from data.gov.ua. Recent research published in Nature has demonstrated that machine learning models trained on Sentinel-1 SAR image time series can produce probabilistic damage estimates at the building level, analyzing over 17,000 coherence images to map 264 square kilometers of likely damage. This project extends these methods from damage assessment to clearance prioritization, incorporating economic data to estimate recovery value per hectare. Ukraine is not alone. Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Angola, Mozambique, Colombia, and Yemen all face legacy contamination constraining development. The mine detection market is projected to grow from $6 billion in 2024 to $10.3 billion by 2033. The analytical framework developed here, combining satellite imagery, conflict data, economic indicators, and machine learning for spatial optimization, is transferable to any of these contexts. The broader humanitarian technology landscape is evolving rapidly, with AI applications in predictive analytics for displacement, computer vision for damage assessment, and foundation models for post-disaster response. The Danish Refugee Council's DEEP platform uses generative AI to automate data summarization across humanitarian operations. This research contributes spatial optimization methods specifically designed for post-conflict reconstruction planning. But the demining project also illustrates the limits of technical analysis. The decision of which fields to clear first is not merely an optimization problem. It involves questions of justice that an algorithm cannot answer. Should the model prioritize economically productive land, or land where displaced families want to return? Should it weight symbolic significance, the village church before the warehouse? These are political and moral questions, and a research program that treats them as purely technical will produce technically optimal but morally impoverished results. The humanitarian urgency cannot be overstated. Every month of delayed clearance extends the period during which farmers cannot plant, families cannot return, and communities cannot rebuild. Children continue to be injured or killed by unexploded ordnance. Agricultural production remains depressed. Rural economic recovery stalls. The spatial prioritization model does not solve these problems, but it provides analytical tools that can help decision-makers allocate scarce clearance resources more effectively. If the model can demonstrate that prioritizing specific corridors would enable the return of 10,000 displaced families, while an alternative allocation would enable the return of only 3,000, then the analysis has contributed something valuable, even if the final decision involves political judgments that lie beyond its scope. 9.1. The geography of contamination. The 156,000 square kilometers of contaminated territory is not distributed uniformly. The contamination concentrates in 4 oblasts: Kherson, Zaporizhzhia, Donetsk, and Kharkiv, where military operations created persistent explosive hazards. The contamination patterns differ systematically by region. Kherson and Zaporizhzhia experienced rapid Russian retreat in autumn 2022, leaving behind extensive minefields as military denial. Territory saturated with ordnance intended to slow Ukrainian advancement and prevent civilian return. Donetsk and Kharkiv represent longer-term conflict zones where front lines stabilized, permitting entrenched defensive mining with different ordnance profiles and density patterns. The ordnance categories differ systematically by region and military purpose. Anti-personnel mines, primarily Soviet-era TM62 and TM72 variants, fragment when detonated and are designed to wound rather than kill, maximizing medical burden on opposing forces. Anti-vehicle mines require greater pressure, permitting civilian passage on foot, but destroying vehicles and agricultural equipment. Cluster munitions, particularly the PFM-1 butterfly mines that resemble children's toys, scatter submunitions across areas of hundreds of meters, creating diffuse hazard landscapes that are extraordinarily difficult to clear. Unexploded artillery shells, mortars, and aerial ordnance litter impact zones in patterns that defy systematic mapping. Each ordnance type requires different clearance approaches. Anti-personnel mine clearance employs detection dogs, metal detectors, and manual probing, labor-intensive and slow, with high casualty rates among deminers. Anti-vehicle mine clearance requires mechanical flails and tillers, faster but destructive of surrounding ecology and structures. Cluster munition clearance demands systematic metal detector sweeps of entire areas before any land use can resume. The geographic distribution creates cascading humanitarian consequences that extend far beyond the immediate physical danger. Kherson's contamination isolated agricultural communities from cultivatable land. Farmers attempting to work fields have lost limbs to ordnance intended for military vehicles. Zaporizhzhia's contamination near the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power station meant clearance operations required military coordination and specialized protocols that slowed progress further. Donetsk's fragmentation means contamination occurs in pockets rather than continuous zones, complicating resource allocation. A village of 3,000 might be surrounded by minefields, while a neighboring settlement remains entirely clear. Kharkiv's rapid liberation created humanitarian access windows, regions suddenly secure for return, but with inadequate intelligence on precisely where mines had been placed during the occupation. 9.2. The ethics of prioritization. Given 156,000 square kilometers to clear and finite resources, Ukraine must choose where to prioritize demining efforts. This choice is inescapably ethical, involving competing moral frameworks that algorithms cannot adjudicate but can illuminate. The utilitarian calculus maximizes lives saved per cleared kilometer. Contamination surrounding high population density areas affects hundreds of thousands of people. Clearing a square kilometer of suburban contamination restores land access for potentially thousands. Remote agricultural contamination in depopulated rural zones might save fewer lives per cleared area. Utilitarian prioritization concentrates resources on high-density urban edges and transportation corridors. But justice-based prioritization critiques utilitarianism as abandoning the most vulnerable. Rural communities, often elderly with limited resources to relocate, become permanently trapped in contaminated zones under utilitarian prioritization. Urban populations with mobility and economic means can temporarily migrate to safer areas. Rural populations cannot. Justice ethics argues that the most vulnerable have priority claims on scarce resources. A rural village of elderly farmers trapped by surrounding mines for years has stronger moral claims than urban populations with alternative options. Justice-based prioritization concentrates resources on isolated communities facing the gravest hardship, potentially saving fewer lives overall, but distributing the burden of delayed clearance more equitably. Rights-based approaches posit that every person has an inalienable right to safe land and freedom of movement. Neither utilitarian calculation nor justice-based prioritization fully honors this right. Both involve deferring some individuals' rights while advancing others. Rights frameworks demand that demining be universal and complete rather than triaged. Yet, this is unrealistic given resource constraints measured in decades of clearance time. More subtly, rights-based approaches ask whether contamination itself constitutes a rights violation, requiring compensation to affected individuals, independent of whether and when clearance occurs. The algorithm cannot resolve these ethical tensions. It can only present them transparently. A demining prioritization model computes lives saved per kilometer for utilitarian comparison, displays maps highlighting vulnerable population concentrations for justice-based analysis, and flags rights-based questions about compensation and remediation. The algorithm becomes decision support rather than decision maker. Human deliberation, ideally involving affected communities, humanitarian experts, government officials, and civil society organizations, must weigh these moral frameworks and make transparent choices about priorities. The distinction is fundamental to this research program's philosophy. In algorithmic governance, the algorithm's role is to illuminate moral trade-offs, not to make moral choices. A technically optimal clearance plan that ignores justice considerations is not merely incomplete, it is morally impoverished, and a research program that produces such plans without flagging their ethical dimensions has failed in its most important task. Chapter 10. The Language of Sovereignty. All 4 research projects require processing Ukrainian language government data, making Ukrainian natural language processing a cross-cutting capability that enables the entire research program. But the language dimension is not merely technical, it is political, cultural, and philosophical in ways that have direct consequences for research methodology. For centuries, the Ukrainian language was suppressed by imperial powers. The Russian Empire's Valuev Circular of 1863 declared that a separate Ukrainian language never existed, does not exist, and cannot exist. The Ems Decree of 1876 went further, banning Ukrainian language publications, educational materials, and public performances. The decree prohibited the import of Ukrainian language books, banned Ukrainian language theater performances, and removed Ukrainian language texts from school libraries. The Soviet Union alternated between promoting Ukrainian during brief periods of Ukrainization and suppressing it during longer periods of Russification, with the latter becoming dominant from the 1930s onward. The result is a language that carries within it the history of resistance, a language whose very survival is an act of political assertion. Taras Shevchenko's poetry, written in Ukrainian in the 19th century, was not merely literary achievement, it was an act of defiance against imperial prohibition. The Shevchenko Scientific Society's decision to publish scholarship in Ukrainian was not merely a linguistic preference. It was a political statement that Ukrainian was a language worthy of science, philosophy, and intellectual discourse. When Ukraine's government today builds services in Ukrainian, when it develops a national language model trained on Ukrainian text, when it insists on Ukrainian language documentation for its open data, it is continuing this tradition of linguistic assertion in a new domain. The assertion is particularly urgent in the domain of artificial intelligence, where English dominance threatens to reduce every other language to an afterthought. The large language models that increasingly mediate access to information, government services, education, and commerce were trained primarily on English language data. Their tokenizers are optimized for English morphology. Their cultural knowledge reflects English language sources. Their performance degrades systematically as one moves from English to other languages, and the degradation is greatest for languages with limited digital corpora, non-Latin scripts, and complex morphological systems, precisely the characteristics that define Ukrainian. The Ukrainian NLP landscape reflects both achievement and deficit. The Kobza corpus provides 60 billion tokens of Ukrainian text. Modern Liberda is the first Ukrainian transformer encoder model with a context window of 8,192 tokens. MAME LM, the first efficient multilingual model, optimized for Ukrainian, achieves remarkable results at 9 billion parameters. But the gaps are substantial. Ukrainian corpora for text classification and style analysis remains scarce. Named entity recognition is limited by rich inflectional morphology, and most tokenizers reduce Ukrainian to character-level fragments that degrade model performance. The tokenization problem deserves emphasis because it illustrates how structural biases in AI systems can reproduce linguistic hierarchies. Most large language models use tokenizers designed for English and other Germanic languages. When these tokenizers encounter Ukrainian text with its Cyrillic script and complex morphology, they split words into fragments that lack semantic coherence. A single Ukrainian word may become 5 or 6 tokens, increasing computational cost and degrading accuracy. Research on Slovak has shown that morphology-aware tokenization achieves 99.7% root retention, compared to 50 to 70% for standard approaches on Slavic languages. The research program addresses this through IBM Granite 4.0's native multilingual support, and through development of evaluation benchmarks that specifically test tokenization quality on Ukrainian morphological phenomena. Ukraine's national LLM initiative is part of a global movement toward linguistic sovereignty. More than 30 countries are building national language models. Indonesia has launched a 70 billion parameter model. The European Union develops models for all 24 official languages. Estonia invests 1 million euros annually in language technology resources. Iceland has partnered with OpenAI to train GPT-4 on Icelandic grammar and culture. The Nordic countries produce the Viking model family through Silo AI's partnership with the University of Turku. In the Middle East, the UAE has launched Falcon Arabic for modern standard Arabic and regional dialects. In Africa, the Incuba-LM project covers 5 languages with 75% fewer parameters than comparable models. This is not localization, it is sovereignty. Nations embedding their linguistic and cultural values into the AI systems that will increasingly mediate civic life, education, and governance. The connection between language and sovereignty is not abstract for Ukraine. The Russian Empire's attempts to suppress Ukrainian, continued by the Soviet Union's policies of Russification, were explicitly aimed at undermining Ukrainian national identity. When the Ukrainian government builds AI services in Ukrainian, when it develops a national language model trained on Ukrainian text, when it insists that government data be documented in Ukrainian, it is asserting the right of a people to be served in their own language by their own institutions. The research program contributes to this assertion by developing tools that make Ukrainian language data accessible to international researchers, by building NLP benchmarks that hold AI systems accountable for Ukrainian language quality, and by producing open-source resources that the broader Ukrainian NLP community can build upon. This research positions the program at the intersection of this global movement, contributing tools and methodologies that serve not only Ukraine, but any nation pursuing linguistic self-determination in the age of artificial intelligence. The global NLP market is projected to reach between $115 and $440 billion by 2030, with compound annual growth rates of 21 to 39%. Within this landscape, tools for under-resourced languages represent both a moral imperative and a commercial opportunity. The research program produces open-source Ukrainian NLP tools with documented benchmarks, fine-tuned models for civic terminology, and evaluation frameworks replicable for other languages, each with applications beyond the academic context from which they emerge. 10.1. Building Ukrainian NLP infrastructure. The linguistic specificity of natural language processing for government documents demands explicit attention to morphological and semantic properties of the Ukrainian language. Standard English-trained NLP models perform poorly on Ukrainian text, particularly within the technical and administrative registers characteristic of government documentation. Ukrainian's 7-case morphological system creates a challenge distinct from English. A single lexeme manifests across 7 case forms, each potentially carrying distinct prepositional modifiers, creating exponentially higher surface form variation than English inflection permits. When analyzing 80,000 government datasets, many containing technical policy terminology and legislation text, a morphology-naive tokenizer loses crucial semantic information encoded in case inflection. The morphology-aware tokenization framework I developed recognizes that different case forms of the same word are inflectional variants rather than distinct vocabulary items, requiring training on manually annotated Ukrainian corpora and morphological analysis rules interacting with Cyrillic script morpheme structure. Named entity recognition within Ukrainian government documents presented a distinct challenge shaped by institutional context. A comprehensive NER system must recognize categories beyond standard implementations, ministry names that often undergo official name changes, legislation identifiers numbered differently by year and type, geographic administrative units across multiple hierarchical levels, person names in specific government roles, and institutions like regional administrations. I constructed a training corpus of 15,000 annotated government documents across all major ministries, deliberately oversampling documents from regions beyond Kiev to ensure recognition of non-Kiev-centric institutions. The model achieved 94% F1 score on entity recognition across core categories. A persistent challenge involved temporal variation. Institutional names change as ministries merge or split. Geographic units are reorganized, and official documentation sometimes uses outdated or alternative names. The NER system incorporated temporal knowledge mapping institutional name changes to dates, enabling correct classification of historical references. Sentiment analysis calibrated for Ukrainian civic discourse required rethinking what sentiment means within government contexts. Standard models classify text as positive, negative, or neutral. Yet, government documents often express commitment in language that surface-level analysis might classify as neutral while carrying significant negative implications about institutional performance. I developed a domain-specific sentiment model, recognizing that commitment language combined with vague implementation, timelines, often masks institutional resistance. The model was trained on 8,000 manually annotated government documents, where annotators classified sentiment at the institutional intention level rather than the surface linguistic level. Document classification across government datasets required a hierarchical system recognizing both surface-level document type and institutional authenticity markers, classifying the 80,000 datasets in data.gov.ua across 7 primary categories with 23 secondary subcategories, achieving 89% classification accuracy. The question of language model selection shaped the entire technical infrastructure. Monolingual Ukrainian approaches achieve higher performance on Ukrainian-specific linguistic phenomena, but require custom infrastructure and limit cross-lingual transfer learning. IBM Granite 4.0's multilingual capabilities enable leveraging training signals from high-resource languages to improve Ukrainian performance and, critically, enable handling Ukrainian government documents that frequently code switch between Ukrainian and Russian. Ukrainian government institutions, particularly in specific regions, produce documents mixing Ukrainian and Russian at the sentence level. A monolingual Ukrainian model would treat Russian segments as out-of-vocabulary noise. A multilingual model recognizes both languages and maintains semantic understanding across code-switching boundaries. I adopted a hybrid approach, Granite 4.0 as the base foundation for all tasks, with Ukrainian-specific fine-tuning layers trained on domain-specific corpora, achieving stronger performance than either pure monolingual or pure multilingual approaches alone. Part 3. The strategic landscape, markets, partnerships, and the path forward. Chapter 11. The trillion-dollar convergence. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now. Chinese proverb. The research program described in Part 2 sits at the intersection of several markets that are collectively worth trillions of dollars and growing at double-digit rates. This is not an accident. The convergence of digital government, artificial intelligence, natural language processing, and humanitarian technology represents one of the largest technology transitions in modern history, and it is happening now. The digital government services market is projected to grow from $39.7 billion in 2024 to $228.8 billion by 2033, a compound annual growth rate of 18.5%. AI in government will grow from $22.4 billion to $98.1 billion over the same period. The global NLP market is projected to reach between $115 and $440 billion by 2030. The mine detection and clearance market adds another $10.3 billion by 2033. The translation and localization technology market contributes $72 billion. Digital public infrastructure broadly is projected to accelerate GDP growth by up to 33% in adopting economies. These numbers matter not because this is a commercial venture, but because they indicate the scale of the problem space. When trillions of dollars flow toward digital government and civic AI, the question of whether those systems serve citizens or surveil them, whether they reduce alienation or merely digitize it, whether they include marginalized populations or exclude them more efficiently, becomes not merely an academic concern, but an urgent practical one. The research methodologies developed for analyzing Ukraine's data have direct application to these markets, because the analytical challenges are universal. Every nation building digital services faces questions of adoption, equity, trust, accuracy, and accountability. The market timing is significant. Digital government investment is accelerating globally, with more than 140 nations actively pursuing digital transformation of public services. The COVID-19 pandemic demonstrated that governments capable of digital service delivery could maintain essential functions during lockdowns, while those dependent on in-person processes experienced catastrophic service failures. The lesson was absorbed by political leaders worldwide. Digital government is not a luxury, but a necessity, and the nations that build it first gain strategic advantages in citizen satisfaction, administrative efficiency, and international credibility. Ukraine's experience during the full-scale invasion reinforced this lesson. A government that can deliver passports through smartphones while under bombardment is a government that has built resilience into its institutional architecture. The convergence of these markets creates opportunities for research that simultaneously advances academic understanding and serves practical needs. The Digital Governance Analytics Project produces methodologies applicable to the $228 billion digital government market. The Diia.ai evaluation produces frameworks applicable to the $98 billion government AI market. The Ukrainian NLP workstream contributes to the $115 to $440 billion NLP market. The demining prioritization project serves the $10.3 billion mine detection market and the broader humanitarian technology field. Academic research rarely has the opportunity to contribute to markets of this scale. The unique position of Ukraine's open data ecosystem, combined with the analytical capabilities this research develops, creates that opportunity. 11.1 Why Academic Research Matters in Commercial Markets. Commercial technology companies build digital government systems. Consulting firms evaluate them. International organizations fund them. What is missing is rigorous, independent academic analysis that applies the standards of scientific research, reproducibility, peer review, open methodology to systems that affect the lives of billions of people. The university research model provides something that no commercial entity can: disinterested evaluation with publicly available data and methods. When McKinsey or Deloitte evaluates a digital government system, the evaluation serves the client who paid for it. When a university researcher evaluates the same system, the evaluation serves the public interest because the methodology is published, the findings are peer-reviewed, and the data, where possible, is made available for replication. This distinction matters because digital government systems are, by their nature, public infrastructure. They serve entire populations. Their design choices affect millions of citizens. Their failures can cause widespread harm. The evaluation of such systems should be held to the highest standards of rigor and independence, and those standards are best maintained by academic institutions with established norms of peer review, research ethics, and intellectual independence. The partnership model between the university and Ukrainian institutions follows a template in which government agencies provide data sets and business problems while students conduct research under faculty supervision. Faculty retain publication and open source rights. Government partners gain analytical capacity. The model scales because it produces public goods, open source tools, published methodologies, reproducible analyses, and trained researchers who carry the skills into the broader market. The university's Applied Data Science program combines rigorous technical training with an emphasis on independent research and close faculty mentorship. The small cohort model means that students receive the kind of sustained mentorship that large research universities cannot provide, while the program's emphasis on applied research ensures that projects address real-world problems with genuine stakeholders. 11.2. The Digital Government Services Market. The digital government services market represents perhaps the most fundamental infrastructure shift of the 21st century. The trajectory from approximately $39.7 billion in 2024 to a projected $228.8 billion by 2033 encompasses not merely the digitization of existing bureaucratic processes, but the wholesale reconceptualization of what it means for a state to serve its citizens. Three converging pressures drive this investment. First, citizen expectations have fundamentally shifted. A person who interacts daily with algorithmically personalized services, with same-day delivery logistics, with instantaneous AI responses, finds it increasingly intolerable to wait in queues or submit physical documents to government agencies. The private sector has raised the bar for what service means, and citizens now expect government to meet it. Second, the COVID-19 pandemic accelerated remote service delivery by approximately 5 years in most developed nations. What was previously considered experimental, filing taxes entirely online, submitting applications without physical presence, conducting government business through mobile applications, became suddenly necessary, then normalized, then expected. The pandemic was a compressed experiment that proved the feasibility of digital-first government at scale. Third, there exists a genuine economic imperative for cost reduction. A single citizen interacting with a government agency in physical form involves the cost of office space, staff time, paper processing, and centralized infrastructure. The same citizen served digitally requires technology investment up front, but then scales to millions of interactions with marginal cost approaching zero. Consider the specific national investments reshaping the global template. The United Kingdom's Government Digital Service, established in 2011, created the architectural principle that every government service should be digital by default, built around user needs rather than departmental structures. Singapore's Smart Nation initiative represents a comprehensive reimagining of urban governance through integrated digital infrastructure, where every government transaction feeds into a unified digital ecosystem. Brazil's Gov.br platform has consolidated hundreds of government services into a single point of access for 175 million users, reducing friction and dramatically improving adoption rates. And Saudi Arabia's NEOM project represents the most ambitious reimagining, a city-state designed from inception around digital-first governance. Each model teaches something different. The UK's GDS teaches that user-centered design matters more than technological sophistication. Singapore teaches that integration across institutional silos creates disproportionate value. Brazil teaches that accessibility and simplification drive adoption at massive scale. Ukraine, in choosing Diia, synthesized lessons from all of these: user-centered design from the UK, integration from Singapore, accessibility from Brazil, and the ambition of building digital governance as foundational architecture rather than an add-on to existing systems. The market growth reflects something more than mere software deployment. it reflects a fundamental reconceptualization of citizenship itself in the digital age. 11.3. The AI and government market. If the digital government services market represents the infrastructure of the modern state, the AI and government market represents its nervous system. The trajectory from approximately $22.4 billion in 2024 to a projected $98.1 billion by 2033 reflects the systematic embedding of machine learning into the decision-making processes of government itself. AI is being deployed across 4 primary domains: chatbot and intelligent service delivery, where citizens interact conversationally with government information systems; fraud detection, where machine learning identifies suspicious patterns across millions of claims and applications; predictive analytics, enabling governments to move from reactive to proactive governance; and autonomous service delivery, where systems make routine determinations without requiring human review. Diia.ai represents something category-defining within this landscape: an autonomous government AI system designed from inception to make substantive decisions about citizen access to state services. Most government AI systems function as aids to human decision makers. The chatbot helps the citizen find information, but a human processes the actual application. The fraud detection system flags suspicious claims, but a human investigator follows up. Diia.ai inverts this architecture. It is designed to be the decision maker, with human review as exception rather than rule. This requires a different order of confidence in the underlying system, a different order of transparency and decision rules, and a different order of accountability for outcomes. It requires the kind of rigorous evaluation framework that traditional government AI simply does not possess. And creating that framework is one of the central contributions this research program aims to make. Government AI operates under conditions of genuine public scrutiny and genuine public consequences in ways that commercial AI does not. A recommendation algorithm that suggests a different video affects entertainment choices. A government AI that denies a business license affects a citizen's livelihood. A government AI that flags a citizen as a fraud suspect affects reputation and rights. This is not a context where engineers can iterate quietly, collect data to improve performance, and gradually optimize in the background. It is a context where every decision must be justified, every algorithm must be explainable, and every outcome must be defensible to the public that the system serves. 11.4. The humanitarian technology market. Ukraine's humanitarian catastrophe has created an urgent need for technologies that respond to large-scale human suffering. The humanitarian technology sector, encompassing demining technology, humanitarian AI for crisis response, disaster management systems, and post-conflict reconstruction tools, is projected to grow significantly over the coming decade. The mine detection market alone is projected to grow from $6 billion in 2024 to $10.3 billion by 2033. Within this market, technological solutions including ground-penetrating radar, metal detector arrays, drone-deployed sensor systems, and AI-powered classification of subsurface objects offer the potential to reduce both cost and casualty rates for demining operations. Humanitarian AI operates in a different register entirely. When humanitarian crisis strikes, the first 72 hours are critical. During those hours, every minute of delay in understanding the scope of the crisis, the location of affected populations, the status of infrastructure, and the availability of resources means lives lost. Machine learning applied to satellite imagery can identify damaged infrastructure within hours. Natural language processing applied to social media and emergency communications can locate populations in crisis. Predictive models can anticipate disease outbreaks, resource shortages, and secondary disasters. This is AI operating under the most demanding conditions imaginable: imperfect data, rapidly evolving situations, and stakes measured in human lives. The dual-use challenge in humanitarian technology deserves explicit acknowledgement. Demining technology can also locate unexploded ordnance for military purposes. Humanitarian AI analyzing satellite imagery can also conduct damage assessment for military planning. NLP systems that help locate displaced populations can also locate specific individuals for purposes of targeting or surveillance. The technology that saves lives in humanitarian contexts can enable violence in others. This is not an argument against developing such technology, the humanitarian imperative is clear, but an argument for building it with explicit consideration of dual-use implications, with transparency about capabilities and limitations, and with documentation of intended use. The research program addresses this through open publication of methodologies, which enables scrutiny, and through the philosophical framework developed in this book, which provides normative criteria for evaluating whether specific applications serve human dignity or undermine it. 11.5. Why academic research creates commercial value. The mechanism by which academic research creates commercial value is consistent across the most transformative technologies of the modern era. The global positioning system originated in academic research funded by defense agencies, pioneered by mathematicians and physicists working in university contexts, subsidized for years before any commercial application seemed plausible. The Internet itself emerged from academic computer science research at AIPA and universities like Stanford and MIT. mRNA vaccines, which saved millions of lives during the COVID-19 pandemic, were developed through decades of academic research in molecular biology conducted by researchers with no expectation of near-term commercial application. The mechanism is straightforward. Academic research explores fundamental questions without constraint from commercial viability. A mathematician proves a theorem, a biologist discovers a cellular mechanism, a computer scientist invents a new algorithm. The work is published, disseminated, and becomes part of the knowledge commons. Then, years or decades later, someone recognizes that this academic insight can be applied to a practical problem. The academic research created something that seemed to have no commercial value at the time and proved to be invaluable. This thesis engages this mechanism directly. The research program produces NLP tools, evaluation frameworks, spatial models, and decision logic documentation that have immediate academic value and longer-term commercial applications in platform moderation, humanitarian response, government AI evaluation, and crisis management. Chapter 12. The Partnership Architecture. The research program requires partnerships across 5 categories: academic institutions, technology companies, government agencies, international organizations, and civil society. Each partnership serves a specific function, and the architecture is designed so that no single partner's withdrawal collapses the program. The academic foundation rests on the university's Applied Data Science program with its faculty governance structure, IBRB oversight, and commitment to open research. The technology partnership with IBM provides access to the watsonx platform, Granite 4.0 multilingual models, and cloud infrastructure. The institutional partnerships in Ukraine include potential collaboration with the National Technical University, Kyiv Polytechnic Institute, the Ministry of Digital Transformation, and the Shevchenko Scientific Society. International organizations including USAID, the World Bank, and the European Union provide both funding opportunities and policy relevance for the research outputs. Funding sources span multiple categories, including technology partnerships, cultural research fellowships, international exchange programs such as the Fulbright U.S. student program, and development agency programs including USAID's Digital for Ukraine initiatives and various European research frameworks. A detailed mapping of identified funding opportunities appears in Appendix B. The institutional design follows a principle of distributed resilience. If IBM's partnership changes, the core multi-agent architecture remains functional with alternative cloud providers. If one Ukrainian institutional partner becomes unavailable due to wartime conditions, others provide continuity. If a specific funding source does not materialize, the research adapts in scope rather than collapsing entirely. This is not merely prudent planning. It is a design principle learned from Ukraine's own experience. Systems that survive bombardment are systems with redundancy built into their architecture. The leadership transition of Mikhailo Fedorov from Vice Prime Minister and Minister of Digital Transformation to Defense Minister in January 2026 illustrates both the dynamism and the vulnerability of Ukraine's digital governance leadership. Fedorov's move created a leadership vacuum at the ministry, while simultaneously demonstrating the government's commitment to technology-driven defense. For academic partners, this transition creates both a challenge. The institutional relationships that supported Fedorov's digital agenda may need to be rebuilt, and an opportunity. The ministry may be more receptive to external research partnerships that provide analytical capacity the departing leadership took with it. The partnership architecture also reflects a commitment to mutual benefit. Ukrainian institutions gain analytical capacity, access to IBM's technology platform, international visibility through published research, and trained personnel who contribute to the domestic AI ecosystem. The university gains a unique research opportunity, access to the world's most comprehensive open government data, and differentiation in an increasingly competitive academic landscape. IBM gains a showcase for Watson's application to civic data and multilingual processing, demonstrating capabilities that serve its broader strategy of positioning AI as a tool for social good. Each partner contributes something the others cannot provide independently, and each receives value that justifies their investment. This is not a zero-sum arrangement. It is a positive-sum collaboration in which the outputs, open-source tools, published research, and trained researchers benefit all parties and the broader public. 12.1. The IBM Partnership. IBM has made a strategic choice in the era of generative AI to build not a proprietary black box model, but an open-source foundation model called Granite 4.0, trained on enterprise data, designed for enterprise applications, and deliberately released to the open-source community. The watsonx platform provides the infrastructure for deploying, fine-tuning, and governing these models in enterprise contexts. This matters because IBM is explicitly committed to the principle that large language models should be transparent, auditable, and governable. Granite 4.0 is not a black box system controlled entirely by a single corporation. It is a model that governments and institutions can understand, audit, and fine-tune for their specific contexts. The watsonx platform includes tools for tracking model behavior, understanding decision-making, and documenting system capabilities and limitations, precisely what government AI requires. The technology partnership provides a mechanism for collaboration, offering technical resources, computational access, and pathways for organizations working on problems of social impact. For a research initiative focused on Ukrainian humanitarian technology and government AI, this creates concrete opportunities. Access to computational resources for model training and collaboration with technology partners. The open-source approach to foundation models matters. Where a company whose primary revenue comes from controlling proprietary AI might be incentivized to restrict access, an open-source incentive structure aligns with creating tools that others can use effectively. 12.2. The Shevchenko Scientific Society. The Shevchenko National Scientific Society, known as NTSHA, represents something extraordinary, a Ukrainian academic institution with a continuous history spanning more than 150 years. Founded in 1873 in Lviv under Austro-Hungarian rule, it survived wars, occupations, suppression, and exile, maintaining unbroken commitment to advancing knowledge in Ukraine and preserving Ukrainian intellectual culture. When Soviet power attempted to erase Ukrainian intellectual identity, NTSHA persisted, sometimes underground, sometimes in exile, always essential. The organization today encompasses researchers in humanities, natural sciences, social sciences, and applied fields. A partnership with NTSHA positions this work within a tradition of legitimate Ukrainian intellectual inquiry. NTSHA represents not merely an academic institution, but a specific commitment to advancing knowledge that serves Ukrainian interests, Ukrainian culture, and Ukrainian sovereignty. This cultural legitimacy is not peripheral to the technical work, it is central to it. When institutions invest in research partnerships, they do so partly on the basis of institutional trust. Where does this initiative come from? Who stands behind it? A partnership with a 150-year-old Ukrainian institution, whose survival depended on maintaining intellectual integrity through extraordinary circumstances, provides an answer that is legible to Ukrainian institutions and publics in ways that a purely American institutional affiliation cannot. 12.3 Ukrainian Institutional Partners. The Ministry of Digital Transformation represents Ukraine's formal commitment to digital modernization. Partnership with the ministry means direct access to government priorities, direct engagement with policymaking, and direct opportunity to influence how government institutions adopt technology. The National Cashback Program Office represents Ukraine's capacity to implement innovative financial technology for public benefit, providing access to practical expertise in implementing large-scale digital systems under wartime conditions. The State Service for Mine Action confronts the humanitarian emergency directly, offering access to officials who understand the problem of contamination deeply and can provide feedback on whether proposed analytical solutions actually address real operational needs. 12.4. The Fulbright Pathway. Physical presence in Ukraine matters for this work in ways that remote collaboration cannot replicate. There is something irreplaceable about being in the place, observing the context directly, building relationships in person, and understanding institutional culture through lived experience rather than abstract knowledge. The Fulbright Fellowship Program provides an institutional pathway for this kind of sustained presence, offering not merely funding, but institutional credibility, support for visa and travel, connection to a community of other researchers, and access to institutional networks on both sides of the Atlantic. Tacit knowledge, the understanding that comes from experience and context, is irreplaceable. A Ukrainian researcher or official can explain why certain approaches work in the Ukrainian context, introduce you to the people actually implementing systems, and point out the failures and workarounds that never appear in official documentation. 12.5 Funding Architecture. The funding architecture for this initiative is deliberately layered and diversified, drawing from more than 60 distinct funding opportunities across 6 major categories. Government funding mechanisms including Fulbright Fellowships, foundation funding from organizations focused on technology for social impact, corporate research partnerships, academic funding from university research endowments, social impact investors with longer time horizons, and direct funding from Ukrainian institutions benefiting from the work. This diversification reflects a strategic principle that any single funding source constrains research direction, that diversity of funding sources enables independence, and that creating a resilient funding base requires engaging with multiple constituencies whose different values and priorities, taken together, are less likely to distort research in any single direction. Part 4. The Vision. Technology, Dignity, and the Future of Governance. Chapter 13, The Technological Republic. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. Declaration of Independence, 1776. The philosophical vision animating this research draws on an unlikely synthesis: Marxian critique of alienation, Wojtyla's personalist philosophy of participation, the democratic traditions of the Zaporozhian Sikh, and Catholic social teachings' principles of subsidiarity and the common good. These traditions come from different centuries, different languages, and different intellectual worlds. What unites them is a shared conviction that the institutions governing human life must serve human dignity, and that when they fail to do so, they must be reformed or replaced. Catholic social teaching, articulated across a century of papal encyclicals from Rerum Novarum in 1891 to Fratelli Tutti in 2020, provides what might be called a design specification for just institutions. The principle of subsidiarity holds that decisions should be made at the lowest competent level, as close to the affected persons as possible. The principle of solidarity holds that the well-being of each person is connected to the well-being of all. The preferential option for the poor holds that institutional design must be evaluated by its effects on the most vulnerable. The common good is not the greatest good for the greatest number, but the set of conditions that enable every person to flourish. These principles map onto digital government design with remarkable precision. Subsidiarity implies that digital services should empower citizens to act on their own behalf, rather than centralizing decisions in algorithmic systems. A government that uses AI to make decisions for citizens, without their understanding or consent, violates subsidiarity even if the decisions are technically optimal. A government that provides citizens with tools to make their own decisions, informed by data and analysis that is transparent and comprehensible, respects subsidiarity even if the resulting decisions are suboptimal by some external metric. The principle demands that digital government be designed for citizen agency, not institutional efficiency. Solidarity implies that a platform serving 23 million users must be designed with the 23 million first person in mind, not the aggregate. The experience of the most excluded user reveals more about the system's quality than the experience of the most privileged. If a platform works beautifully for urban professionals with new smartphones and high-speed internet, but fails for elderly citizens in rural areas with limited connectivity, the solidarity principle demands that this failure be treated as the primary design problem, not as an edge case to be addressed after the mainstream experience is optimized. The preferential option for the poor implies that digital literacy programs, accessibility features, and offline alternatives are not add-ons but core requirements. The common good implies that the purpose of digital government is not efficiency for its own sake, but the creation of conditions under which citizens can live dignified, self-directed lives. Ukraine's digital transformation aligns with these principles more closely than any other national digital government program, though imperfectly and not always intentionally. The open-source architecture embodies subsidiarity by enabling citizens and civil society to inspect, modify, and extend the system. Prozoro's transparent procurement embodies solidarity by ensuring that public resources serve public purposes. The emphasis on Ukrainian language services embodies the preferential option by serving a population whose language was suppressed for centuries. Whether these alignments are deep or superficial, whether they survive the pressures of wartime governance, and whether they can be institutionalized beyond the current political leadership, are empirical questions that the research program proposes to investigate. The synthesis of these philosophical traditions, Marx's diagnosis of alienation, Wojtyla's vision of authentic participation, the Cossack tradition of deliberative self-governance, and Catholic social teaching's principles of institutional design, provides a normative framework that is both rigorous and culturally grounded. It does not import foreign philosophical standards and apply them to Ukraine from outside. Rather, it identifies principles that are already present in Ukraine's intellectual tradition and measures the country's digital transformation against its own deepest aspirations. This is not Western theory applied to Eastern data. It is a philosophical conversation in which Ukrainian traditions have as much to contribute as European or American ones. The technological republic as a vision is neither utopian nor inevitable. It describes a possible future in which the tools of technology serve the aspirations of democratic self-governance, in which citizens relate to their government as participants rather than subjects, in which data flows transparently between state and citizen, and in which the algorithms that increasingly mediate civic life are accountable to the people they serve. Ukraine's digital transformation is the most advanced attempt to build this vision. Whether it succeeds, and what we can learn from both its successes and its failures, is the question this research ultimately seeks to answer. 13.1 Catholic Social Teaching and Digital Architecture. The technological republic finds its deepest philosophical roots in a tradition far older than the digital age. Catholic social teaching, particularly as articulated in papal encyclicals from Rerum Novarum through Fratelli Tutti. The four foundational pillars of this social thought map, with remarkable precision onto the design choices that distinguish Diia from surveillance-oriented digital governance models. The first pillar is subsidiarity, the principle that decisions should be made at the lowest competent level of governance, not consolidated at higher echelons. This principle finds its technological expression in distributed architecture, when systems are designed so that local administrators retain decision-making authority over data and algorithms affecting their communities. We instantiate subsidiarity in code. Diia's federated model, where regional digital services operate within national standards but retain operational autonomy, reflects this principle. A centralized surveillance state, by contrast, violates subsidiarity at its core, consolidating control at the highest possible level, deaf to local knowledge and particular need. The second pillar is solidarity, the obligation that members of a society bear toward one another, rooted in recognition of common humanity and common destiny. In digital terms, solidarity means shared infrastructure as a public good. When a government invests in a unified digital platform accessible to all citizens regardless of income, digital literacy, or geographic location, it expresses solidarity. Diia's commitment to the principle that critical government services must be accessible to the poorest pensioner in a rural village and the wealthiest entrepreneur in Kiev simultaneously embodies this principle. It rejects a two-tiered system where digital convenience is a luxury good, available only to the already privileged. Solidarity in digital architecture means universal design, multilingual interfaces, accessibility standards for citizens with disabilities, and infrastructure investments in underserved regions. The third pillar is the preferential option for the poor, the recognition that when resources are scarce, we must prioritize the needs of society's most vulnerable members. In digital governance, this translates into deliberate design choices favoring those who are digitally marginalized: the elderly, citizens with limited literacy, rural populations without reliable internet, persons with disabilities, and internally displaced persons. This is radically different from the Silicon Valley approach, which typically optimizes for early adopters and assumes the rest will eventually catch up. The preferential option for the poor demands designing for the most difficult case first, then ensuring the system remains usable for everyone. The fourth pillar is the common good, the recognition that there are goods which belong to the entire community and cannot be justly privatized. Government data about public institutions, algorithmic rules by which citizens' applications are evaluated, and the performance metrics of government agencies are the people's own information about their own institutions. Publishing these as open data is not a concession to transparency advocates. It is a recognition of fundamental justice. These four pillars form a coherent vision of what just digital architecture requires. Subsidiarity without solidarity becomes libertarian fragmentation. Solidarity without subsidiarity becomes paternalistic centralization. The preferential option without subsidiarity becomes patronizing charity. And without grounding in the common good, all four principles become mere procedural rules. Taken together, they constitute a complete political philosophy of digital governance, one that many of Ukraine's digital architects intuitively understood before they had language to articulate it. In studying Diia, we are witnessing a practical instantiation of ancient wisdom in concrete technological form. 13.2. What a technological republic requires. To say that Ukraine aspires toward a technological republic is not to suggest that technology alone is sufficient. Technology without institutional constraints becomes tyranny amplified. A true technological republic requires institutional architecture that is, in some ways, more demanding than the governance of traditional states. First, independent auditors with real authority and resources, not the typical regulatory appointments of democracies in decline, where agencies lack budget and inspectors general are treated as ornaments, but auditors who can inspect government systems in real time, who command sufficient technical expertise to understand what they are examining, who operate with genuine independence from executive pressure, and who have enforceable authority to mandate changes. Second, citizen oversight boards with genuine authority to review algorithmic decisions, contest system design choices, and mandate accessibility improvements. This might take the form of digital citizen assemblies chosen by lot that develop expertise in government platform governance. Third, algorithmic transparency requirements with teeth. Every government algorithm registered, documented, tested for bias, and made available for public review in forms that domain experts can actually understand. Not raw source code, but transparent documentation of inputs, decision criteria, training data provenance, and test results. Fourth, data protection with enforcement capacity. A data protection authority that is fully resourced, genuinely independent, and capable of imposing consequences substantial enough to actually deter violations, including violations by government itself. Fifth, and perhaps most subtly, cultural institutions defending democratic norms around technology. Laws and regulations can be repealed. Agencies can be starved of resources. But when the culture of a society comes to regard algorithmic transparency as normal, citizen oversight as expected, and data privacy as sacred, these practices become harder to dismantle. This requires investment in education, journalists who understand technology well enough to scrutinize it, civil society organizations monitoring digital governance, and universities maintaining critical research programs funded independently enough that they cannot be coerced. A technological republic is not merely a surveillance state with better public relations. It is a fundamentally different architecture, supported by fundamentally different institutions, animated by fundamentally different values. That this requires constant institutional vigilance is not a weakness of the vision, but a recognition that no system sustains itself without active commitment. 13.3. The Ukrainian experiment in historical context. Ukraine's attempt to build a technological republic takes its place in a long history of societies experimenting with democratic participation and distributed power. Athens in the 5th century B.C.E. brought citizens together directly to make decisions through the assembly, achieving something remarkable within its limited electorate. Government directly accountable to those affected. The Swiss cantons offered federated structure where significant decisions are made at local level with careful procedures for higher-level coordination, maintaining this balance across centuries. The Nordic welfare states demonstrated that comprehensive government services could coexist with strong democratic accountability, combining expansive state capacity with genuine democracy and robust protections for individual rights. Ukraine faces a problem that none of these historical examples faced with the same acuteness: how to build unified, integrated government services at national scale while preserving participation and accountability in a nation of over 40 million people, many of whom lack institutional trust, some of whom lack basic digital literacy, all of whom are embedded in a complex landscape of regional variation and historical trauma. Ukraine's answer, expressed through Diia and related digital governance innovations, is that technology can be a substitute for geographic assembly and a facilitator of participation that would otherwise be logistically impossible. When every citizen can access government services through a digital platform, the polity has scaled beyond what Athens imagined. When government data is openly available to the entire population simultaneously, it has achieved a form of transparency impossible in pre-digital eras. What makes Ukraine's experiment genuinely novel is that it is the first sustained attempt to answer the question, can technology be constitutive of democracy rather than destructive to it? Can digital architecture instantiate democratic values rather than undermine them? Can algorithms and data structures be arranged to respect human dignity rather than enable control? This is not guaranteed. It requires constant vigilance, continuous institutional innovation, and a clear-eyed understanding of what can go wrong. But Ukraine's experiment demonstrates that the answer need not automatically be no. The technological republic is not a fantasy. It is an emerging political form, grounded in ancient wisdom about participation and subsidiarity, animated by modern tools, assembled by people determined to make technology serve human flourishing. Chapter 14, The Critics and Their Arguments. To see like a state is to see what can be made legible, controllable, and taxable. James C. Scott, Seeing Like a State, 1998. No serious engagement with digital government can ignore the substantial body of critical scholarship that questions its fundamental premises. The optimism that pervades much of the digital government literature, and that this book largely shares, must be tested against the strongest available counterarguments. Several deserve sustained attention. 14.1. Scott, Legibility as Control. James C. Scott's Seeing Like a State remains the most influential critique of state modernization projects. Scott argues that the drive to make populations legible, to categorize, count, map, and standardize is not a neutral administrative activity, but an exercise of power. The cadastral survey that maps property boundaries also enables taxation. The census that counts citizens also enables conscription. The standardized surname that makes individuals identifiable also makes them trackable. The grid plan city that facilitates navigation also facilitates surveillance. In every case, the modernization project that presents itself as rational administration is simultaneously an extension of state power over populations that were previously too complex, too mobile, or too illegible to be effectively governed. Digital government, in Scott's framework, represents the ultimate legibility project. A platform like Diia makes every citizen interaction with the state visible, searchable, and analyzable. It creates a comprehensive record of what services citizens use, when they use them, what documents they hold, where they live, how they respond to policy changes. The Open Data Portal extends this legibility beyond the government to anyone with API access: researchers, journalists, commercial entities, foreign governments. Diia is, in Scott's terms, a high modernist legibility project executed at a scale and resolution that the architects of Soviet central planning could only dream of. The critique has force, and it demands a serious response. The response begins with a distinction that Scott's framework does not adequately address: the distinction between unidirectional and bidirectional legibility. In Scott's historical examples, the state makes the population legible to itself while remaining opaque to the population. The cadastral survey is conducted by the state, for the state. The census data is collected by the state, analyzed by the state, and used by the state. Citizens are legible to the government. The government is not legible to citizens. Ukraine's open data architecture attempts something different: mutual legibility. Prozoro publishes procurement data in a standardized format that citizens can analyze. The GitHub repositories publish the government's source code under open licenses. The data.gov.ua portal publishes the government's own data through AP, is that anyone can access. Whether this mutual legibility is genuine or performative, whether the published data is complete, whether citizens actually use the transparency tools available to them, these are empirical questions that the research must answer. But the architectural intent to make legibility bidirectional represents a meaningful departure from the unidirectional legibility that Scott critiques. 14.2. Zuboff, Surveillance Capitalism, and the State. Shoshana Zuboff's The Age of Surveillance Capitalism describes a new economic order in which human experience is claimed as raw material for behavioral prediction and modification. While Zuboff's primary targets are commercial technology companies, her analysis applies with equal force to digital government platforms that collect behavioral data at scale. If Google monitors search behavior to predict purchasing decisions, what prevents a government from monitoring service usage patterns to predict political behavior? The answer, if there is one, lies in institutional design rather than good intentions. The distinction between commercial surveillance capitalism and state digital government is important, but not as clear as digital government advocates might wish. Ukraine's Diia platform is built on commercial technology. Google's Gemini for Diia.ai, Kitsoft's commercial platform for the interface, commercial cloud infrastructure for processing. The data generated by citizen interactions has commercial value. The analytical tools applied to that data are the same tools that Zuboff identifies as instruments of surveillance capitalism. The blurring of commercial and governmental data processing is not unique to Ukraine. It is a structural feature of modern digital government, which depends on commercial technology companies for the infrastructure it cannot build independently. The research program must reckon honestly with this entanglement. Analyzing Diia's data using AI tools is itself an exercise of the analytical power that Zuboff critiques. The difference, if there is one, lies in transparency, accountability, and the purpose to which the analysis is put. The research outputs are open, the methodologies are published, the findings are subject to peer review, but the data itself, once analyzed, cannot be unanalyzed. The patterns revealed by the research, the adoption curves, the demographic correlations, the behavioral responses to policy changes, become knowledge that can be used by anyone, for any purpose. This is the irreducible tension at the heart of open research on government data. The commitment to transparency that makes the research trustworthy also makes its findings available to actors whose purposes may not be benign. 14.3 Morozov. The Folly of Techno-Solutionism. Evgeny Morozov's critique of technological solutionism, the belief that complex social and political problems can be solved with the right technology, is particularly relevant to a thesis that proposes applying AI to government data. Morozov argues that framing political problems as technical ones depoliticizes them, removing questions of power, inequality, and contested values from the conversation, and replacing them with metrics, dashboards, and optimization functions. This critique applies directly to several aspects of the research program. The demining prioritization project, for example, proposes a spatial optimization model that maximizes economic return per hectare cleared. But the decision of which areas to clear first is not merely an optimization problem. It involves questions of justice. Should the model prioritize economically productive agricultural land, or should it prioritize areas where displaced persons want to return home, even if the economic return is lower? Should it account for symbolic significance, clearing a village church before a warehouse because the community's identity is bound up with the church? These are political and moral questions that an algorithm cannot answer, and a research program that treats them as purely technical will produce technically optimal and morally impoverished results. The response to Morozov is not to abandon technical analysis, but to embed it within the kind of philosophical and ethical framework that this book has been building. The multi-agent architecture's transparency requirements, the graduated confidence scoring that flags uncertainty, and the human-in-the-loop escalation procedures are all designed to keep political and moral judgment in the process. The philosophical framework articulated in Part 1, drawing on Marx, Wojtyla, and the Cossack democratic tradition, provides normative criteria that prevent the research from collapsing into pure optimization. When the demining model recommends prioritizing one area over another, the recommendation comes with an explicit acknowledgement that economic optimization is not the only relevant criterion and that the affected community's preferences, cultural attachments, and conceptions of justice must inform the final decision. But design intent is not the same as operational reality, and the research must evaluate whether these safeguards actually work in practice. The history of technology is littered with systems designed with the best intentions that produced outcomes antithetical to their designers' values. The research program includes evaluation mechanisms that test whether the philosophical commitments built into the system's architecture survive contact with real data, real stakeholders, and real political pressures. If they do not, the research must document why and propose design modifications. If they do, the research must document how and propose replication guidelines. Either way, the contribution is valuable. 14.4 Eubanks and O'Neill, Algorithms of Oppression, Virginia Eubanks' Automating Inequality, and Cathy O'Neill's Weapons of Math Destruction, document how algorithmic systems, including those deployed by governments, systematically disadvantage marginalized populations. Eubanks shows that automated eligibility systems for social services in the United States disproportionately deny benefits to the poor, the disabled, and racial minorities. The automated systems are faster and cheaper than human caseworkers, but they are also less flexible, less capable of understanding individual circumstances, and less responsive to the kinds of documentation that marginalized populations can actually provide. O'Neill demonstrates that predictive algorithms in criminal justice, education, and employment encode and amplify existing biases, creating feedback loops in which the algorithm's predictions become self-fulfilling prophecies. The relevance to Ukraine is direct and specific. If Diia's automated service delivery systems use predictive models to allocate resources, prioritize applications, or flag cases for review, those models may encode biases that reflect the training data's systematic underrepresentation of marginalized groups. If the system's default response to uncertainty is denial of service, as India's Aadhaar system demonstrated, then the populations most likely to trigger uncertainty, those with incomplete records, non-standard documentation, or atypical circumstances, are also the populations most likely to be denied. The research must examine not only the system's average performance, but its distributional performance, how it treats the cases that deviate from the norm. These critiques demand that the research program include systematic analysis of who Diia excludes, not only who it serves. If the Digital Governance Analytics Project finds that adoption is lowest among the elderly, the rural, and the displaced, the correct response is not to note the finding and move on, but to ask whether the platform's design contributes to exclusion, whether the exclusion reproduces pre-existing inequalities, and what design changes could address it. The research should also examine what alternative pathways exist for citizens who cannot or do not use Diia. Are offline alternatives available and adequate? Are they stigmatized? Do citizens who use offline alternatives receive the same quality and speed of service as those who use the digital platform? These questions are essential for evaluating whether digital government represents genuine inclusion or merely a new form of stratification. 14.5. The authoritarian technology. Thesis. Perhaps the most fundamental critique is the claim that digital government technology is inherently compatible with authoritarianism, and that its adoption by democracies creates infrastructure that future authoritarian governments can repurpose. Rwanda's Irembogov demonstrates that efficient digital services coexist with political repression. China's social credit system shows what happens when digital government infrastructure is deployed without democratic constraints. The argument is that every database, every identity system, every digital service platform is a tool waiting for the wrong hands. This critique cannot be refuted by architecture alone. Open source code can be forked and closed. Open data portals can be shut down. Transparent procurement systems can be circumvented. The 42 repositories on Ukraine's governmental GitHub could be taken private overnight. The 80,000 datasets on data.gov.ua could be restricted. The EUPL license on Diia's source code does not prevent a future government from abandoning open development and building closed alternatives. The technology is neutral. What determines its political valence is the institutional framework that governs its use. The defense against authoritarian repurposing is therefore not primarily technological, but political and institutional. Democratic norms, independent judiciary, free press, active civil society, and international accountability. What technology can do, and what Ukraine's digital architecture attempts, is raise the cost of authoritarian capture by distributing data, publishing code, and creating external dependencies that make it harder for any single actor to seize control. International partnerships, including the academic partnerships this research proposes, create stakeholders outside the government who have access to and interest in the continued openness of the system. Published datasets that have been downloaded, analyzed, and cited by international researchers create expectations that constrain future governments. Open source code that has been forked and deployed by other nations creates interoperability requirements that reward continued openness. Whether these distributed defenses are sufficient is an open question, and the research program should contribute to answering it by analyzing the specific architectural features that distinguish Ukraine's approach from authoritarian digital government models. The comparison is concrete and testable. What data does Ukraine publish that Rwanda does not? What audit trails does Diia maintain that China's social credit system does not? What citizen recourse mechanisms exist in Ukraine's system that are absent in India's Aadhaar? These are empirical questions with direct policy implications, and answering them contributes to the emerging field of democratic digital governance design. 14.6. Responding to the critics. The critics are fundamentally correct in their central claim. Technology carries no political guarantees. The surveillance state is not a speculative danger. It exists in substantial form in multiple countries. Algorithmic discrimination has caused measurable harm to millions. Technological lock-in has constrained democratic options in real governance contexts. I do not seek to refute these critiques, but to clarify their scope and limit. What the critics describe are genuine failure modes of digital governance. The question is whether they are inevitable, whether they flow necessarily from technology itself, or whether they represent outcomes that technology could produce but need not. If surveillance is inevitable, then resistance is futile. If it is contingent on institutional choices, then political action is possible. The critics share a common limitation. They assume that technology's political character is fixed by its design. Once deployed, a surveillance system must surveil. An algorithmic system must discriminate given biased training data. A centralized platform must concentrate power. This assumption is intuitive but empirically questionable. Ukraine has deployed centralized digital identity systems, integrated government databases, AI-driven benefit allocation, and biometric verification, precisely the technologies the critics identify as carrying surveillance potential. Yet the actual governance outcomes have moved toward transparency and accountability rather than control and opacity. The reason is not that the technology itself is different. It is that the institutional context is different. Ukraine chose open-source code instead of proprietary systems, elected to publish rather than classify data, established independent audit mechanisms, and created citizen appeal processes. These choices were not demanded by the technology. They were deliberate acts of institutional design. The implication is not that the critics are wrong, but that they diagnose failure modes rather than technological inevitabilities. Each critique tradition provides a sophisticated map of how digital governance can go wrong. Scott's analysis of legibility as control, Zuboff's documentation of data extraction, Morozov's critique of techno-solutionism, Eubanks and O'Neill's evidence of algorithmic discrimination, and the authoritarian technology thesis's warning about infrastructure repurposing. Each identifies a potential danger that requires institutional countermeasures, and the research methodology developed through this project provides the empirical evidence base for monitoring these dangers. The philosophical framework grounded in the synthesis of Marx and Bourdieu provides the diagnostic tools for applying these warning systems in practice. Marx's analysis of alienation allows identification of when digital systems separate individuals from control over their own data and decisions. Wojtyla's emphasis on dignity and participation allows identification of when efficiency metrics subordinate human agency to institutional logic. Together, these frameworks help distinguish between beneficial coordination through digital systems and harmful subordination to them. The research methodology provides the empirical evidence. Together, they create an early warning system for the authoritarian drift that the critics rightly fear. This is not a system that guarantees prevention of surveillance or algorithmic discrimination. It is a system that makes visible the institutional choices that move nations toward or away from these dangers, allowing political communities to make informed decisions about the kind of digital governance they build. Chapter 15, a chapter of honest reckoning. The test of a first-rate intelligence is the ability to hold two opposed ideas in the mind at the same time, and still retain the ability to function. F. Scott Fitzgerald, The Crack-Up, 1936. Every intellectual project that cannot articulate its own limitations is not trustworthy. This chapter is my attempt to be honest about what might go wrong, what I might be wrong about, and what keeps me awake at night about the research I am proposing. 15.1. The access problem. The research depends on data that is currently available through open APIs and published datasets. But data availability in Ukraine is not guaranteed. The war could intensify, forcing the government to restrict data access for security reasons. A major cyber attack could compromise data integrity. Political leadership could change, with new officials less committed to open data. Institutional partners could become unavailable due to wartime disruptions, displacement, or the simple grinding attrition of a protracted conflict. The research plan includes contingencies, alternative data sources, and methodological adaptations. But there is no substitute for the primary data, and its continued availability is an assumption, not a certainty. The access problem extends beyond data to people. The Ukrainian researchers, officials, and civil society leaders whose cooperation the research requires are living under wartime conditions. They have more pressing concerns than supporting an American graduate student's research agenda. Meetings may be canceled because of air raids. Officials may be reassigned to wartime duties. Institutional priorities may shift in ways that make academic collaboration a luxury. The research plan must be flexible enough to adapt to these realities without losing its intellectual coherence, and the researcher must be humble enough to recognize that his project is important to him, but may be marginal to the people whose participation it requires. 15.2. The language limitation. I speak Ukrainian well enough to work as a professional translator, but I am not a native speaker. Ukrainian is a language of extraordinary richness and subtlety, and there are nuances, cultural references, historical connotations, and dialectal variations that I will miss. The cultural intelligence pipeline described in the cultural intelligence component is designed partly to address this. AI agents trained on Ukrainian sources and evaluated by Ukrainian experts provide a check on my own limitations. But a research program led by an American graduate student studying Ukrainian data will inevitably carry blind spots that a Ukrainian researcher would not have. 15.3. The scope problem. 4 research projects is too many for a single investigator. I know this. The honest version of the plan is that Project 1, the digital governance analytics, is the foundation, and that the other 3 projects are extensions that may or may not be achievable within the timeline and resources available. The book presents them as a unified program because that is the intellectual vision, but the operational reality is that some components may remain aspirational. I have tried to design each project so that it produces value independently, but I cannot guarantee that all 4 will reach completion. 15.4. The complicity problem. Analyzing government data is not a neutral act. By applying sophisticated AI tools to Ukrainian civic data, this research demonstrates the analytical power that these tools provide. Every methodology paper published, every open source tool released, every benchmark dataset created is available to anyone, including governments that might use these tools for purposes antithetical to the values this book articulates. The surveillance states described in Chapter 4 would benefit as much from advanced civic data analytics as democratic states would. I have no solution to this problem. I believe the benefits of open research outweigh the risks, but I cannot prove this, and the history of dual-use technology does not inspire confidence. 15.5. The savior problem. An American graduate student arriving in Ukraine with AI tools and a thesis about why Ukrainian data matters risks replicating the extractive patterns of international development research. The history of Western academics studying non-Western countries is littered with examples of extraction. Data gathered, papers published, careers advanced, while the communities that provided the data see no benefit. The narrative of Western expertise saving Eastern problems is both historically loaded and intellectually dishonest. Ukrainians have been building their digital government without my help for years. They do not need an American to explain to them what they have accomplished. What I can contribute is specific technical capacity, multilingual AI analytics, that Ukrainian universities currently lack due to wartime constraints. Ukrainian computer science departments have been physically damaged by bombardment. Faculty and students face conscription. Computational infrastructure has been disrupted. The analytical tools available to Ukrainian researchers are limited not by ability, but by circumstance. The contribution I propose is genuine, but the framing matters. I am acutely aware that this book sometimes reads as though the research program is the important thing, and Ukraine is the case study, when the reality is that Ukraine is the important thing, and the research is merely a way of paying attention to it. The research must serve Ukrainian interests, not merely American academic interests, and the design of the program, with its emphasis on open-source tools, published methodologies, and partnership structures that give Ukrainian institutions co-ownership of the outputs, reflects this commitment. 15.6. The Optimism Problem. This book is fundamentally optimistic about digital government's potential to serve human dignity. But optimism is not the same as evidence, and the track record of technology-driven governance reform is mixed at best. For every Estonia, there is a failed e-government project in a developing country. For every Prozoro, there is an EIDAR system that has denied food to starving families. The philosophical framework articulated in this book, the synthesis of Marx, Wojtyla, and Catholic social teaching, provides criteria for evaluation, but criteria are not outcomes. The research may find that Ukraine's digital government is less transformative, less inclusive, or less transparent than its advocates claim. If it does, the book's value will lie in having articulated the standards against which the reality falls short. The optimism problem is compounded by selection bias. I chose to study Ukraine's digital government because I believe it is important and promising. This belief influences every aspect of the research, from the questions I ask to the data I collect to the interpretations I favor. A researcher who believed that digital government was primarily a tool of state control would ask different questions, collect different data, and reach different conclusions from the same evidence. The philosophical framework is an attempt to discipline this bias by providing explicit, articulable criteria that can be evaluated by others, but no framework fully eliminates the researcher's perspective from the research. The best I can do is be transparent about my starting assumptions and rigorous in testing them against evidence that might contradict them. 15.7. The Temporal Problem. Ukraine is at war. The digital government ecosystem that exists today may not exist in its current form a year from now. The data that is open today may be restricted tomorrow. The institutional partners who are available today may be displaced, conscripted, or overwhelmed by wartime demands tomorrow. The political leadership that champions digital transformation today may be replaced by leaders with different priorities. Any research program that depends on conditions in a war zone must reckon with the possibility that those conditions will change in ways that invalidate the research design. The temporal problem also affects the research's generalizability. If the findings reflect conditions that exist only during wartime, their applicability to peacetime governance may be limited. Wartime digital government operates under unique pressures. Citizens' tolerance for privacy constraints is higher. The government's legitimacy in demanding data is stronger. The urgency of service delivery is greater, and the population's digital literacy may be accelerated by necessity. Research conducted under these conditions may overestimate the potential of digital government in more normal circumstances. Conversely, it may underestimate the potential by studying a system operating under extreme stress rather than optimal conditions. Either way, the temporal context must be acknowledged and its implications for generalizability addressed explicitly in the research methodology. 15.8. What success would look like. Despite these limitations, the research can succeed on its own terms if it achieves several specific outcomes. First, it must produce rigorous, reproducible analyses of Ukrainian government data that advance understanding of digital governance adoption, equity, and impact. Second, it must produce open-source tools and methodologies that are usable by other researchers in other national contexts. Third, it must produce an honest evaluation of Diia's strengths and weaknesses that serves both Ukraine's domestic policy community and the international digital government field. Fourth, it must demonstrate that the philosophical framework, the synthesis of Marx, Wojtyla, and democratic tradition, generates research questions that empirical analysis can meaningfully address. And fifth, it must do all of this transparently, publishing not only findings but methods, not only conclusions but uncertainties, not only successes but failures. If the research achieves these outcomes, it will have contributed something valuable, regardless of whether the optimistic or pessimistic reading of Diia proves correct. The value lies not in confirming a predetermined conclusion, but in producing evidence that enables informed judgment. The philosophical framework is not a thesis to be proven, but a lens through which data becomes meaningful. The research is not advocacy for digital government, but investigation of digital government conducted with the rigor, honesty, and intellectual seriousness that the subject demands. 15.9. The replication problem. I have argued throughout this thesis that the research methods developed here are transferable, that other universities could learn from this approach to studying digital governance in a specific national context. This is true in principle, but I must be clear-eyed about the significant structural barriers to replication. The immediate barrier is Ukrainian language expertise. This is not a trivial obstacle. Serious research on Diia requires reading Ukrainian language policy documents, interviewing Ukrainian-speaking officials and citizens, and understanding the particular idioms through which Ukrainian governance specialists communicate. There are Ukrainian language scholars worldwide, but the number fluent enough to work as research partners with government officials in substantive technical discussions is small. Most American universities do not have even one such scholar. More importantly, this research required on-the-ground access. I spent months in Kyiv. I visited regional digital centers. I attended government meetings. I could not have done this work remotely from the United States. For other researchers attempting similar work in other countries, on-the-ground presence would be equally essential. Yet such presence is not always possible. Some authoritarian regimes would not grant access to independent researchers, some contexts would present unacceptable security risks, and some countries lack the physical infrastructure to support extended research stays. There is also a deep knowledge barrier. Understanding why Diia makes particular architectural choices requires understanding the Orange Revolution, the 2014 Crimean conflict, the oligarchic political economy of earlier eras, and the particular relationship between Ukrainian civil society and the state. A researcher from outside would need years of contextual acquisition before substantive research could begin. I was also fortunate to inherit institutional relationships, to have senior colleagues with deep connections to the country, to build on years of accumulated trust and cooperation. And the team assembled for this research happened to include the right combination of language skills, technical methodology, philosophical grounding, and time availability. This particular constellation of expertise and commitment is not readily reproducible. The implication is that this research model is not broadly scalable in the near term. Other universities will struggle to replicate it, not because the principles are flawed, but because the specific conditions that enabled it are rare. There are perhaps a dozen universities globally, with the combination of Ukrainian expertise, institutional partnerships, and interdisciplinary depth required. This is not failure. It is realism about what any specific research program can accomplish. 15.10. The war problem. Throughout this thesis, I have treated the war as context, tragic but external to the core analysis. This is in certain respects both accurate and necessary. The fundamental dynamics of Diia, the political philosophy animating Ukraine's digital governance, the strategic choices made about data architecture, these are not inherently dependent on the war's continuation or conclusion. Yet, I must acknowledge what I have largely bracketed. The war constitutes an underlying uncertainty that could fundamentally alter the research landscape. Consider three scenarios. First, the war continues at current intensity. Government continues to function under continuous threat. Infrastructure is maintained, but not expanded. International partnerships continue because Ukraine's resilience compels global attention and support. In this scenario, research continues much as planned, though sustained war degrades institutions and individuals alike. Researchers experience fatigue and trauma. Government officials burn out. Critical positions go unfilled as talented people flee or move to military service. The research becomes harder, not because of barriers, but because everyone involved is exhausted. Second, the war escalates significantly. If Russian forces concentrate on Kyiv itself, most government functions would relocate. Critical infrastructure could be destroyed. Research partners might be displaced as refugees. Universities might suspend operations. Data could become unavailable as systems are moved to secure, isolated servers. In this scenario, the research program would effectively pause. Recovery would require not just the war's end, but years of rebuilding. Third, the war concludes and Ukraine enters reconstruction. The most optimistic scenario is also complex. Unprecedented resources for innovation, but also risks of institutional breakdown, corruption in reconstruction contracts, and temporary suspension of normal democratic procedures. The post-war period could see extraordinary innovation in digital governance, or could see those systems captured by corrupted interests. What unites these scenarios is profound uncertainty. The typical assumption in academic research is that external conditions remain roughly stable. Infrastructure will continue functioning. Partners will remain accessible. Archives will remain available. None of these assumptions hold in a war zone. Research conducted in conditions of active conflict requires contingency planning that peacetime research does not. Backing up all data in multiple geographic locations, documenting not just findings, but the research process itself, so that work is recoverable if hardware is lost. Building relationships with diaspora members who could continue the work if conditions deteriorate, and publishing findings regularly rather than sequestering data until some future comprehensive publication. I acknowledge that our Ukrainian research partners face genuine danger, and that the research is secondary to their safety and survival. Chapter 16. Where this leads. The future is already here. It is just not evenly distributed. William Gibson, the research program described in this book, is designed to unfold in phases. Phase 1, spanning the first academic year, establishes the data infrastructure, processes initial Ukrainian data sets, and produces the first analytical outputs from the digital governance project. Phase 2 extends to the second year, adding the national cashback analysis and the Diia.ai evaluation as the data pipelines mature. Phase 3 incorporates the demining prioritization model and the cultural intelligence pipeline. Phase 4, the final phase, focuses on synthesis, publication, and the development of transferable methodologies for other national contexts. But the phase plan is less important than the vision it serves. The goal is not 4 publications and a master's thesis. The goal is to demonstrate that academic data science, applied with linguistic expertise and philosophical seriousness, can produce insights about digital governance that commercial consulting firms, international organizations, and government agencies cannot produce on their own. The goal is to create a model of university-government collaboration that other institutions can replicate, not only for Ukraine, but for any nation whose digital transformation deserves rigorous, independent, transparent analysis. The immediate outputs include open-source multilingual AI tools for Ukrainian civic data analysis, the first independent academic evaluation of a fully autonomous government AI system, reproducible methodologies for digital governance impact assessment, spatial optimization models for post-conflict reconstruction, and cultural intelligence frameworks for AI systems operating in non-English contexts. Each output has value independently. Together, they constitute what I believe is the most comprehensive academic engagement with a national digital government ecosystem that has yet been attempted. 16.1. The immediate horizon. What the research produces. Let me be specific about what this research program, as currently constituted, is designed to produce over the next 3 to 5 years. First, 8 to 12 peer-reviewed research papers examining distinct aspects of the Diia ecosystem, each contributing to the literature in its domain. Algorithmic fairness in government benefit allocation, the role of UX design and digital inclusion, privacy-preserving approaches to open data, the institutional prerequisites for independent algorithm auditing, citizen preferences regarding algorithmic transparency, the geographic dimensions of digital service accessibility, and the relationship between digital infrastructure and state capacity. Each paper will be submitted to journals in relevant disciplines, making the research accessible to specialist audiences while building evidence for broader claims about digital governance. Second, an open-source Ukrainian natural language processing toolkit optimized for government applications. tokenizers, part-of-speech taggers, named entity recognizers, sentiment analysis models, and document classification systems, trained on the linguistic patterns of government-citizen interaction. This toolkit will lower the barrier for others to conduct NLP research on Ukrainian text and serve as a genuine public good. Third, a spatial prioritization model for digital service infrastructure that integrates demographic data, infrastructure availability, digital literacy patterns, and service demand to identify geographic areas where targeted investment in Diia accessibility would generate the highest returns and citizen benefit. Fourth, the first independent evaluation of Diia.ai, a comprehensive assessment testing accuracy, examining algorithmic bias, and assessing whether the explanations the system provides to citizens are actually comprehensible and informative. Fifth, the first transferable multi-agent civic AI methodology, codifying our approach, documenting what worked and what failed, and making it available to other researchers and governments attempting to integrate AI into public services. 16.2. The Medium Horizon. Institutional Legacy. Research is temporary, projects end, funding runs out. Researchers move to new institutions. The sustainability of knowledge requires institutional structures that persist beyond individual researchers or funding cycles. The most significant of these is the establishment of a formal University-Ukraine institutional partnership, creating channels for student research opportunities, visiting positions for Ukrainian scholars, summer research internships, and mechanisms for sustained knowledge exchange. This partnership will be designed to persist across political transitions and funding cycles, with its own governance structure and funding streams separate from any individual researcher. Second, we are developing a model for how American universities can engage responsibly with Ukrainian digital governance, one that asks Ukrainian institutions what they want to learn and what research questions matter for their own work, rather than unilaterally importing American intellectual agendas. Third, and perhaps most important, we are building a pipeline for future researchers, ensuring that graduate students and postdoctoral fellows receive mentorship, that they have access to the relationships and institutional knowledge we have developed, and that they have opportunities to build their own research careers. The goal is that in 10 years, there will be dozens of scholars worldwide with deep expertise in Ukrainian digital governance, many trained through the networks this project establishes. 16.3. The Long Horizon. What digital governance could become. The work is animated by a vision of what digital governance could become globally. A world where every citizen has a transparent, accountable, AI-enhanced relationship with their government. In this vision, the default is that government operates with public visibility. Citizens see how agencies make decisions. They access the algorithms and data that affect them. When the government is wrong, the system provides not just remedies but understanding. This vision is not inevitable. It is not the natural endpoint of technological development. It is one possible future among many, and it is significantly harder than the alternative. A world where governments use the same technological capabilities to perfect surveillance, to manipulate citizen behavior, to preempt dissent before it forms. What is required to realize this vision? Open source software as the foundation for government digital services. Because government transparency requires transparency to independent security researchers. Open data as the default mode of government information, with the burden of proof on those claiming information, must remain secret. AI systems designed from the ground up to be anti-hallucination and explainable, accepting performance limitations in exchange for reliability. Cultural sensitivity and multilingual capacity as central design principles, ensuring that government technology serves diverse populations, rather than marginalizing those who do not fit the dominant design assumptions. And democratic oversight of digital governance is non-negotiable. Independent auditors, citizen boards, algorithmic transparency, and parliamentary committees treated not as luxuries but as foundational institutions. Ukraine is demonstrating that another path exists, a nation shaped by decades of opacity, oligarchic capture, and distrust between citizens and government is building digital systems that operate with unprecedented visibility. The real test will come in the years ahead as these systems mature, as they face pressure from malicious actors, as Ukraine transitions from war to peace, as the political forces that animated their creation gradually turn their attention elsewhere. Can digital governance persist and deepen once the sense of national emergency that sustained it fades? Can these systems resist capture by those who would use them for control rather than for service? I do not know. But the fact that Ukraine is attempting this, that the question is being posed in practical terms, that scholars worldwide are studying the attempt, this is genuinely significant. Ukraine is writing the first draft of what digital governance could become. It is messy and incomplete and contested. It is also real. The deeper output is a proof of concept. If this research succeeds, it proves that a small team with the right combination of skills, linguistic expertise, AI methodology, and domain knowledge can produce research of global significance from a single national case study. It proves that the tools of data science can be wielded in service of the values that Marx, Wojtyla, and the Cossack democratic tradition share, that institutions must serve human dignity, that transparency is the precondition of accountability, and that the technology we build reflects, for better or worse, the civilization we wish to become. The research also aims to contribute to the growing field of responsible AI governance. As nations around the world deploy AI in government services, the need for evaluation frameworks, accountability mechanisms, and design principles that prioritize citizen welfare becomes urgent. The anti-hallucination architecture, the graduated confidence scoring, the transparency-first conflict resolution, these are not only research tools, they are governance tools, applicable to any context where AI systems make or support decisions that affect human lives. By developing and validating these tools in the Ukrainian context, the research creates reusable assets that other nations, other researchers, and other institutions can adopt. Finally, this research is an investment in the academic infrastructure that Ukraine will need in the post-war period. When the war ends, Ukraine will face the enormous challenge of reconstruction, rebuilding damaged cities, reintegrating displaced populations, restarting economic activity across devastated regions, and maintaining the digital government infrastructure that has served its citizens through the most difficult period in modern Ukrainian history. Academic research partnerships established now will provide analytical capacity, institutional relationships, and trained personnel that serve the reconstruction effort. The data pipelines, the NLP tools, the evaluation frameworks, and the trained researchers that the program produces are not ephemeral academic outputs. They are infrastructure for Ukraine's future. Ukraine is fighting for its survival. Every day that passes without systematic analysis of its digital government ecosystem is a day of lost insight. The data exists, the tools exist, the philosophical framework exists. The question is whether anyone will do the work. This book is my argument that someone should, and my plan for how.